Technical Institute pregame show. ITT Tech can be found online at itt-tech.edu. The information that you baseball fans would want to know is that Midland coming in just a game and a half out after winning 3 of 4 from the Springfield Cardinals. The RockHounds are 30-24 and trailing Corpus Christi in the South by just that game and a half. Meanwhile, the Travs coming off a 6-game losing streak. They were throttled yesterday by the Frisco Rough Riders, beating Arkansas 12-7, completing a 4-game sweep. Travs gave up 9 runs in the first inning, although they answered with 6 runs of their own for a very entertaining and wild first inning of action. The Travs still unable to make up the difference they needed in order to suffer their 6th consecutive loss. And now out of the last 2 weeks, the Travs have won just 2 games, both of them at Midland last week in the first game of that 4-game series. But Midland would go on to pick up the wins in the final 2 games of that series, achieving the split. And so tonight, the Travs will try to end that 6-game losing streak. They've also lost 12 of 13 here at Ray Winder Field. But first, it'll be the first fall of a 3-fall fight between Bad Boy Brian and Little Cato for the World Midget Wrestling Championship. I was about to put the word heavyweight in there. That doesn't work. But got a good crowd on hand, and it's slowly going to start to fill up. We're, again, expecting the ball game to start at about 7:45, but, I mean, let's be honest here, midget wrestling is not an exact science, so who knows how long this could last. We could be here for 2 hours before the baseball game starts. Well, that's probably not true either. And, boy, looking out onto the field right now, every single Midland RockHound and every single Arkansas Traveler are belly up to the railings on the dugouts, and they've got the best view in the house to watch this midget wrestling fight between Bad Boy Brian and Little Cato. And we're underway as Cato attacks Brian with his championship belt. And, I mean, just the looks on the players' faces is enough to come out and watch this. I know that that a couple of years ago, the RockHounds front office brought the midgets to Citibank Park for a midget wrestling exhibition as well. But this is where it started, folks, as far as minor league baseball is concerned. This is where midget wrestling got its start at Baseball Park here at Ray Winder Field. And we're very proud of that, by the way. We'll have plenty more coming up on the ITT Tech pregame show, including the information on who wins the first fall, and then giving you all the scores from the Texas League yesterday, setting down the standings and the league schedule tonight. You're listening to Texas League Baseball on 2 frequencies, 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE.
At one time or another, we all want to change the world in which we live, make it a better place. Introducing the new ITT Tech School of Criminal Justice. At ITT Tech, we now teach the fundamentals of the criminal justice system, along with the technology to help respond to and prevent crime. ITT Technical Institute School of Criminal Justice. Education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-ITT-TECH or visit us on the web.
Hey, guys, want another beer?
Another what?
Another beer.
I didn't have a beer. Did you have a beer?
I don't think so.
Yes, you did. These beers right in front of you? Remember you ordered them from me?
Where? I remember eating the wings.
Yeah, the wings were good.
Are you sure we drank the beer?
Look, you guys came in, you ate the wings, you drank the beer.
Huh.
Whatever. You guys want another round?
Of what?
Beer.
Yeah, that sounds great. You want a beer?
I would love a beer.
I take these things back to work. I'm Carol.
Welcome back to Still on good 45 minutes until we have any, as Bad Boy Brian and Little Cato are currently in the first of 3 matches in the squared circle right behind home plate. for the World Midget Wrestling Championship. But we're still going to be talking some baseball. I tried to do play-by-play of midget wrestling before, folks. It's, as I said, it's an inexact science. It's a little bit difficult to do, especially since, well, I haven't researched the careers of these fellows. Talked to little Cato quite a bit. Know him very well. From Kansas City, and has been wrestling in the midget circuit for years and years. Bad Boy Brian, this is the second year that Brian is in Little Rock, and so he's somewhat of a mystery to the fans out here. But, well, as I said, we'll let you know who wins. I'm sure we're all stuck to the, your ears are glued to the speakers on the radio just to know who wins the World Midget Wrestling Championship. Well, since we're an Angels affiliate, we talk Angels baseball. The Angels today are taking on the Cleveland Indians in the first game of a series at Jacobs Field. Angels were off yesterday after losing to the Minnesota Twins 7-1. Still, the Angels pulled themselves out of last place. They're 23-30, 5 games in back of Texas. And you athletic fans, the A's at 25-29. They're just 3.5 games out. Former Traveler Jared Weaver, who pitched against the RockHounds in the 2005 Texas League Championship Series. Well, Weaver already picked up a win in his Major League debut, and he's pitching quite well in his second start at Cleveland. Weaver has struck out 3 in 2 innings. Meanwhile, the Angels have put up 4 runs, and it's 4-0 Los Angeles in the third. Former Traveler Adam Kennedy with an RBI, and Vladimir Guerrero hit a 2-run homer. We'll keep you updated on that Angels game as well as the Oakland A's as we get throughout the broadcast. But now we'll take a look at the Angels Farm Report. Looking around the Angels minor league system, brought to you by AgPro of Central Arkansas, located in Pine Bluff, Maumelle, Stuttgart, and England. Salt Lake yesterday pounded for 14 hits. They lost to Tacoma in the Pacific Coast League 12-2. Still, the Bees are 31-22 and in first place in the PCL North. Texarkana native Dustin Mosley giving up 2 runs on 4 hits, struck out 4 in 4 innings. Chris Buchek gave up 6 runs in relief in just 1 inning. Mike Elward, playing first base for the Bees, added a couple of hits and 1 run batted in. Rancho Cucamonga in the California League snapped a 4-game losing streak, beating Lancaster 7-1. Bartolo Colon on a rehab assignment through 4 scoreless innings. And, of course, you got to know the decision of the ballgame, allowing just 2 hits. Struck out 3, walked 1. Fernando Rodriguez picked up the win in relief, his 3rd straight win, 5 innings of work, allowing 1 run on 4 hits, striking out 3. Nate Sutton 4 for 5 with a double and 2 RBIs. Colon's next rehab start will be with AAA Salt Lake 5 days from now. Yes, he will not be pitching for the Travelers. No rehab has ever been with Arkansas in the 6 years of the Angels affiliation. Cedar Rapids had a 4-game winning streak snapped yesterday in the Midwest League, getting shut out 1-0 by the Rangers affiliate, the Clinton Lumber Kings. Robert Mosbach pitching well in the loss, throwing his first complete game of the year. He allowed just 1 run on 6 hits, walking 1 and striking out 2 in those 8 innings. Colonels only collected 4 base hits, 2 of them by first baseman Flint Whipkey. The Colonels are 25-29, 5th place in the Midwest League Western Division. Now taking a look at what happened in the Texas League yesterday. The RockHounds picked up they were unable to pick up any ground on Corpus Christi. The Hooks ended a losing streak at 3 in a row. They shellacked Wichita in a televised game at Kansas City, 11-3. Corpus Christi beats the Wranglers, 17 base hits for the Corpus Christi Hooks, including Hunter Pence's league-leading 16th home run of the year. Josh Anderson finished 3 for 6, scoring a run and knocking in 2. Jorge Cortez 3 for 4, 2 RBIs. Chance Douglas picked up his 4th win against just 1 loss, going 6 1/3 innings, giving up only 5 hits and 2 runs. And Junior Herndon took the loss, falling to 4-3. The RockHounds, they were winners over Springfield 4-1, with Matt Allegra and Brian Snyder each collecting 3 hits, but Snyder hit a pair of home runs, both of them solo shots. He finished 3 for 4. Stu Pomerantz lost his 2nd straight, giving up 11 hits in 5 1/3 innings, while Ray Aguilar picked up the win, his 4th of the year, 7 shutout innings. We're only allowing 4 base hits. We've had our first fall in the midget wrestling bout. Little Cato just pinned Bad Boy Brian, and now if Cato wins one of the next 2 falls, Cato will retain the World Midget Wrestling Championship, but it is a best of 3. I'm going to say it's a guarantee that Bad Boy Brian wins the 2nd fall. We got to keep these folks here for midget wrestling as long as we possibly can. Who really knows how many baseball fans have actually come out to Ray Winder Field today? We may have more midget wrestling fans for this. Continuing across the news in the Texas League yesterday, Tulsa, 3-1 win over San Antonio. So the Drillers tied Springfield for first in the North Division. Chris Iannetta was the star of the game for Tulsa. Driller catcher pounded 2 home runs. Now with 8 on the season, Juan Melillo picked up the victory. Am I getting smack talked to me by the midget? I'm getting smack talked to me by little Cato. Not happening. I got a broadcast to do. Bring it on, shortstop! I can't believe I just got called out by the midget. Little Cato just called me out. I think I'm going to have to run down and beat the putz out of him. Although, in all honesty, this guy could beat just about anybody up in this ballpark. You want to see a midget with 13-inch pythons? Well, he's got them. Pardon me, folks, that threw me off a little bit. I've never been threatened by someone standing 2 feet 5. Man, oh man. You never seem to get fully surprised at things that happen at Ray Winder Field. So, resetting the standings in the Texas League, Corpus Christi, a game and a half over Midland. Frisco, 3 games out. San Antonio, 10 out in the South. In the North Division, it's a 2-way tie. Springfield and Tulsa are tied for first. Cardinals actually percentage points ahead. Wichita, 9 games out of the Travs, pulling up the rear. 14 and a half games out of first place. Across the Texas League, games will be starting sometime soon. Frisco and Springfield first pitch right about now. Mike Parisi on the hill for the Cardinals. Tulsa and Corpus Christi, 7:05 first pitch. Josh Miller leading the league with 6 victories, trying for his 7th. And San Antonio and Wichita starting at 7:30. Folks, I'm going to take a break. When I come back, we'll have a sit-down chat with Arkansas Travelers General Manager, Executive Vice President Bill Valentine, and I'm going to run down to the squared circle and show little Cato how us big folks wrestle here at Ray Winder Field. We'll be right back after this with more Texas League baseball on News Talk 550 KCRS and Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
Melting polar ice with a dirty look.
Better because
Shrinking glacier.
forces
Tonight.
deliver the world that
Dying forest.
yours.
They were a tap on the shoulder.
Passion to
We
invest,
got a finger in our chest from the rising sea level.
deliver, have come
And a short pinch in the wind from recent wildfires in Alaska.
services,
Then dying coral reefs and eroding coastlines pushed us
wireless.
hard.
Are at the new
The drowned polar bears. Over the shelf.
the new 18
Melting permafrost.
world.
Over the flat. Rising ocean temperatures and extreme weather.
Molecular biology.
An uppercut. And record-breaking heat waves hit us right where it hurt.
Space. I would
Has it occurred to anyone that maybe the Earth is trying to get our attention?
We can start reduce greenhouse gas pollution before it's too late.
Can you do that?
To find out how, go to FightGlobalWarming.com.
The next launch.
Brought to you by Environmental Defense, the Robertson Foundation, and the Ad Council.
If you
Sure, we've got the best talk on our way. Look what's waiting for you this weekend on News Talk 550 KCRS. Gary Sullivan, Bill Perry, Mike McConnell, Tim Commando, Drudge, plus bits of replays from Dave and Rush.
6 now quick. Now.
We've got the plus top of the hour news. Plus a quick sports update at the half hour. Your weekend on News Talk 550 KCRS.
Welcome back to the ITT Technical Institute pregame show here on a beautiful Friday night in Little Rock. Phil Elson, joined by Trav's General Manager and Executive Vice President Bill Valentine. As the lead right now, the midgets probably will be into the second fall of the best of 3. This is my 6th year on the air for the Travelers, and I think this is the 7th or 8th time I've seen midget wrestling. Bill, we're moving over to Dickey Stevens Park next year. Is there a chance that we're bringing midget wrestling to the new ballpark along with the team?
2 things guaranteed. Midget wrestling and Clucker Car Night will be on the river on the north side next year. People like the midget wrestling.
Well, I mean, this is a tradition that you really started up. I mean, I've heard so much about Captain Dynamite in the 70s and the 80s. I get the sense that midget wrestling kind of has supplanted Captain Dynamite as the the event that people are kind of waiting for, the big night of the year when they're all going to come out. And people still remember Captain Dynamite in the same way, don't they?
I think you're right. I think midget wrestling is now a hook. Like we are in this time of the year, every year was Captain Dynamite. He came the last of May, 1st of June. He stayed, a couple of weekends, midget wrestling. We had him for a couple of weekends. They're getting popular again. So hopefully next year, we can find out the secret of how Captain Dynamite blew him up in that coffin, because I think little Cato would probably do it.
Bill, how did you originally get Captain Dynamite to come out here? How did you find out about him, and what made him so popular?
Back in those days when Wide World of Sports first started, there was a traveling show called Jerry Chitwood's Daredevils, and they went out and they drove cars on two wheels. They crashed cars in each other. They jumped 8 or 10 cars in an old car. And Captain Dynamite was one of the headliners in there. He blew himself up. And they went all over the country. And they did this big act. It took a couple of hours, all in automobiles and things of that nature. They went on Wide World of Sports. And they were a big impact. So Wild World of Sports did it again. And they did them 6 times in 1 year and killed the Jerry Chitwood show because people had already seen it. There was no, if he went into Florida, you saw him last month or you saw him last week. Now Captain Dynamite's out of work, and I get a call from an agent, his agent saying, you book a lot of unusual things. I called around baseball, and they said, you book, it shows you how kooky I must have been. And they said, we want to get him into baseball, and we'll come up and work for free 1 weekend to show you what he can do.
That's a magic word, isn't it?
It's hard to say. I mean, so they brought him up here, and I said I want him 2 nights in a row because first night nobody will know what it is. But if the newspaper, the TV will show it the next day, then we can do it 2 in a row and they'll come back. Well, we did. I paid him for the second night, but I told his agent, I can't afford this guy. You know what he's making now. And they said, look, we just want to get our foot in the door. Well, it went over real big naturally the second night. And he called around baseball, and a lot of people called me, and I told him I thought he would work. And that's what he got. He got on the tour of minor league baseball. Told me that night when he left here, if this thing works, I'll never raise my fee. And he came back for $1,500 all those years. And he'd make Major League ballparks, he'd get $18,000 or, but he always came back to Ray Winter's field for $1,500. Might have been one of the reasons he came for 18 years.
Well, and I've heard some stories about Captain Dynamite and the fact, let's face it, you're setting off these huge dynamite charges basically right on your body, right on your head. And I understand he was pretty much deaf. He could not hear, and he shouted whenever he talked.
Oh yeah, he couldn't hear at all. But he really was deaf. When he first came, he had all the big costumes and the thing from the Chitwood show. But of course, you got to remember, he was like one of the featured acts and was making really good money. As time went on, he didn't buy any new costumes. Those costumes got a little mouthy and a little ratty, and as he got older. But it was still the thing that he did. He just became a cult, at Ray Winter Field.
Can you think of any promotions in between when you last had Captain Dynamite and first started bringing out the midgets for midget wrestling that may have supplanted, that big spectacle that what we're going to see tonight? Was there anything in those years between that maybe stood in the way that helped out?
Actually, after Captain Dynamite, that's how we got into Clunker Car, because we were looking. We didn't have a hook. And then we had that little time in there, and we started the Clunker Car night, and after the second year, it really exploded. It's really probably one of, if not the biggest night of the year at the ballpark. And then the agent that had Captain Dynamite came out with the Dynamite Lady.
And they were related, weren't they?
No, people thought they were, but it was the same agent.
Okay.
He went out and actually found her and convinced her that she could make money after Captain Dynamite died, and that's how she got on the circuit, and she did a pretty good act. She looked a heck of a lot better.
Yeah, and I remember the first year I worked in baseball, she was in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and I'm thinking, this is what minor league baseball is all about? A woman blowing herself up at home plate before the game. But it worked, and people loved that. It says a lot about minor league baseball. We're going to have a lot of people coming out tonight and for Clunker Car night that maybe aren't baseball fans.
That's right, but they come out and maybe they'll stay around. I don't think people really realize this, and I really mean it. I mean, in the last 5 years, there's probably been more bona fide Major League Baseball players come through Little Rock than any other town in professional baseball. I'm talking about guys that went direct and played and just didn't come in and get traded and go somewhere else. I mean, what do we got now? Do we have 10? How many guys on the Angels right this minute?
Well, if you're just looking at from last year's Travelers alone, there have been 8 of them that have played with the Angels at some point. 6 are on the team right now. It's upwards of at least 13 or 14 former Travelers that are with the Angels at the moment. That doesn't even count Bobby Jenks, Derek Turnbow, and a couple of other guys that have since been traded. So it sounds to me, Bill, you're pretty happy with the affiliation with the Angels. I know you have been since day one. Bill Stoneman is still in town here. You guys have talked a little bit. Is there any thoughts about maybe extending the relationship for once we get into the new ballpark?
Well, for once in my life, I've got the hammer. We got that brand new ballpark coming up in North Little Rock, and the working agreement has run out, and the Angels are. In fact, it's on my desk now, a renewer for 2007, 2008, and I'm just making Tony sweat.
I would imagine you probably have every intention of signing that, though. This has been a great relationship with the Angels. When you first signed with the Angels, then they were California then they were Anaheim, now they're Los Angeles. Did you have any reservations? Did you think that maybe it might not work out? It was really only the second affiliation that you'd ever worked under as the operator of the Travelers.
The only thing that I worried about is they played 2 hours later. And it really is still a problem because you pick up the Democrat Gazette, it'll say night game, and then they'll have the late box. And I didn't know if our fans would ever get into the Angels, being the fact that you don't even read about them in the morning paper. They're certainly not going to be on television, but they were a couple of years ago. They were the late game a lot of times, and you think they would be now after the record they've had the last 2 or 3 years. And then luckily for us, boy, they exploded. Playoffs, World Series winners, division winners, and everybody got to know who the Angels are. And a lot of people really, as you well know, now go to the West Coast, watch the Angels, and go to Disneyland with their family.
We see at Raymond Field now people wearing Angels hats, Angels T-shirts, Angels jackets, and there's even a little bit of a call. Comcast locally has a Major League Baseball channel. There's been some people that have written in and wanted to get the Angels games on that late because it would work pretty well. That's surprising to think that there may actually be, it's a small fan base, but there may be an Angels fan base in Arkansas.
But I see just what you see, and they're not my products. Mm-hmm. They're the fitted Angel hats, or there's things that they probably went online and bought from the Angels apparel store, online. But you do. I'm sitting up there, and I see somebody walk by with a pretty expensive Angel jacket or a very expensive shirt, and I say to myself, that's got to be somewhat of an Angel fan.
So switching gears a little bit, can you give us any kind of a progress report on the construction of Dickey Stevens Park? I've looked at it as my own personal duty. I've taken every visiting broadcaster that's come to Little Rock this year. I've taken them over there to what I call the giant hole in North Little Rock, just so that they get an understanding of where we're going to be next year. I want everybody else in the Texas League to understand how special of a setting it's going to be. How's the construction coming along?
I only go probably on Friday or Saturday because that gives you 7 days to have something happen because they're pouring concrete, what they're doing. And that's somebody over there told me, the electrical contractor said, let me tell you something. These guys know how to pour concrete. I don't know about anything else. But we've got 16-foot walls, 20-foot walls, the big entranceway that you get out on the field with trucks and so forth. That's the hard part that started out in right field in the corner, and they're just expanding that, and going with it. Once they get the walls up, you'll see a ballpark. You'll know where the outfield's going to be. You'll see the front of the stand. Then it gets exciting.
So I want to ask you something that some fans have brought up to me. I don't think you haven't hidden the idea that next season, since we're going to be playing in North Little Rock and the ballpark is being built by the city, that the Caps will probably have an NLR on it, or at least North Little Rock, and the road jerseys may say the same thing. I am on your side with this, that the city of North Little Rock is putting up the money. They're basically saving baseball in Central Arkansas. What would you say to some fans that might say that it's unnecessary?
Well, number one, I started about, what was it? Has it been 5 or 6 years now? I changed the road uniform. I used to say Arkansas. And I said, that doesn't really say anything. In fact, you even, and I know you'll probably remember this now, you'd be on the road and people say, where are you in Arkansas? You've had that actually happen to. And I thought, we play in Little Rock. That's where we are. So I put Little Rock on the front of the road uniform. We go to North Little Rock, we'll have that same Little Rock, but above it is going to be a smaller letter, North. So we're in North Little Rock, for goodness sake. I mean, that's where we're going to be playing. And when we're on the road, I mean, in the standings, it'll say Arkansas, because we're not giving up the name Arkansas Travelers, but we weren't the Little Rock Travelers either, and we had Little Rock on there. Also, the city of North Little Rock, by the time this is all over with city services and things of that nature, I would imagine 28, 29, 30, 32, $33 million will probably be spent on this ballpark. Plus the original close to $7 million. You're looking at a $40 million with land, probably baseball park in North Little Rock. I know people are griping. That has saved baseball for Central Arkansas. I don't think people understand. I mean, I've been saying we're really running at you see it, right when the field is running out of time. Now then it's extended fast. You know, something all of a sudden is going, and all of a sudden, whambo. I mean, every day we're having problems with the field. We're having problems with drainage. We're having trouble with cleaning water on the picnic area. We're having problems with light, and we're having problems with plumbing. I really mean it. It's just accelerating over here. Plus, you know, they weren't really happy with it just in the way when it was a better field. I mean, so this saved baseball. And if anybody thinks that I'm going to go to North Little Rock and we're going to play baseball in North Little Rock, that we're not going to let the people around the Texas League know where we are, I think that's kind of stupid. North Little Rock deserves recognition for coming forward and saving baseball for years to come in Central Arkansas.
Bill, I saw I think you mentioned to Todd Traub one time that you were talking about how the ballpark is, and I've noticed it too, the Ray Winder Field, even with the maintenance and the money that's put into it, it is deteriorating. This is an old ballpark. The ghost of Ray Winder is I think, is how we're all calling it. Every bad hop, every leak in the roof, everything that goes on at this ballpark, you could actually attribute to the ghost of Ray Winder, and he's not going down quietly, is he?
Well, you just mentioned something. There's leaks up there now in the press box.
Yeah, right where I sit, too.
You know, and Greg's tried everything, and they can't find when it rains where it comes from. There's a dead spot out there in right field. For no reason. There's a round circle out there that came up. They've gotten AgriTurf down, and they're working with it, and they've resodded it, and it's starting to grow again. But why come that just a circle died out in the Ray Winder Field? There's an area dying just to the right of home plate. Then we resodded it completely, and it all died. We came back and resodded. You see where that sand is, 2 pieces, just will not grow. So, I don't know, a couple of months ago, Greg Johnson said, the ghost of Ray Winder is going to get me before I can get to North Rock. That's our park superintendent. And that's when it hit us. I guess Ray Winder doesn't want us to go. If we are, he's going to make it tough on us because we're leaving.
Bill, thanks so much for your time. Always appreciate it.
Thank you.
This pregame interview brought to you by Shorty Smalls, located in Little Rock, North Little Rock, and Conway, with Arkansas Travelers Vice President and General Manager Bill Valentine. We'll be right back after this and see who won the World Midget Wrestling Championship on MinorLeagueBaseball.com and Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
Executive Officer of St. Mary's Suburban Kansas City. He's distinguished health national innovator in health science of tomorrow. Before he was CEO, was that it doesn't matter what you do today. See a movie, play catch, or just go for a walk. The important thing is spending time together. A little of the time means a lot to a kid. It's great. Solid. World. To be a mentor, go to BigBrothersBigSisters.org. That's BigBrothersBigSisters.org. A public service is brought to you by Big Brothers Big Sisters and the Ad Council.
Want to buy a new car? Take a dream vacation. RockHounds Baseball with Paul Cars. when you're having fun. Home to the RockHounds see their homestand come to an end Thursday night at the Spartan Wicked Hounds at 13 on the 16th at City Bank Ballpark.
4.5%.
Enemy left-hander Ray Aguilar to the mound for the Hounds against the outkick St. St. Louis Cardinals. Thanks 6-7-8 right-hander Stuart Pomerantz in baseball.
Yep.
Start time 7. Broadcast 6:45. Good night.
Or call
West Texas News Talk 1250 to KCRS.
Welcome back to Raywinder Field. Phil Elson with you in Little Rock as the Travelers and the RockHounds are now starting to warm up as the Midget Wrestling Championship match has been completed and Bad Boy Brian stripped Little Cato of his championship belt after Cato won the first bout. Bad Boy Brian came back and won the final two utilizing a trash can to win the second match, and a trash can that's been well dented a couple of times. And so Bad Boy Brian utilizing his smarts and some aluminum to win the World Midget Wrestling Championship from his nemesis, Little Cato. They put on a great show for the fans here, folks. If you've never seen it, see it at least once. Midget Wrestling at Raywinder Field. And as you heard Bill Valentine mention during our pregame interview, Midget Wrestling will be coming over to Dickey Stevens Park in 2007 and years beyond. Well, this is game 1 of a 3-game series, but game 5 of a 7-game homestand for the Arkansas Travelers. Travs have had such a tough time at home. They are 5-20 when playing here at Raywinder Field and have lost 12 of their last 13 home games. But as you know, across minor league baseball, it's not always just about the games. There's outstanding giveaway coming up tomorrow as the first 1,000 paid adults with a $6 general admission ticket receive a free Travs painter's cap, courtesy of Coca-Cola and KATV. Kids will run the bases after the game and receive a free gift courtesy of Gator Park. And then we wrap up the series with the RockHounds on Sunday afternoon. Jim Ellis' Good Sport Fund presenting the second of 3 kids clinics on the field with the Travs players and coaches. That kids clinic starts at 12:45. The ball game begins at 2 o'clock. Now, that kids clinic is free for all who attend. And if you're one of the first 200 kids to the Travs Jim Elder Good Sport Fund Kids Clinic, then you'll get a free Travs baseball. And for those listening in Midland who aren't aware who Jim Elder is, Jim Elder, longtime broadcaster for the Arkansas Travelers, over 30 years. He was an 11-time Sportscaster of the Year in Arkansas and still deserves the title, the voice of the Travs. Even though I'm in my 6th season, you got the weight of 31 years behind you, and even though Jim Elder passed away in 1998, his legacy lives on. Jim was very much an advocate of children and trying to help raise kids in an environment that included sports and, of course, journalism. Those were 2 of the biggest loves of Jim's life. I never met him, but I feel like I had. So the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund presents that kids clinic Sunday afternoon. Again, that is starting at 12:45 of the ball game. At 2 o'clock, you can get a free admission if you're an AARP member, just flashing your valid membership card at the gate, or if you just want to bring your church full into the ballpark Sunday afternoon, your entire family gets in for a total of $6. Gates will open at 12:30, by the way, and then the Travs have Monday off, going out to Tulsa for 5 games and then out to Springfield for 4. And then we wrap up the first half of the 2006 season from Thursday, June the 15th until Sunday, June the 18th, as the Wichita Wranglers come to Little Rock for a 4-game set. And the Travelers hosting the Texas League All-Star Game on June the 20th. And we'll kick off the celebration on Friday, June 16th with Texas League All-Star caps given away to the first 1,000 paid adults courtesy of Arkansas Federal Credit Union and Comcast. Kids will run the bases after the game courtesy of Gator Park. Saturday, June 17th, it's a very nice giveaway. Since you may be going to the beach or the lake a few times this year, well, why not show your Travs colors? We've got Travs beach towels for the first 1,000 paid adults on Saturday, June the 17th. It's celebrating the 100th anniversary of Arkansas Traveler baseball. It's a bright-colored beach towel, and it certainly will grab attention of anyone who sees it. That's courtesy of Mountain Valley Water and KARK, local NBC affiliate. Sunday, June 18th, Father's Day ball game, as fathers and sons are invited to join the mothers and daughters on the field to play catch after the ball game, and that should be a lot of fun. And then we've got the All-Star break here in Raywinder Field, Monday, June 19th. It's the All-Star Fan Fest at the Little Rock River Market East Pavilion. All the All-Stars will be on hand, signing autographs, meeting fans. There'll be plenty of sports memorabilia available as well. There'll be interactive games for kids. The players will be there. starts at 5 o'clock in the Little Rock River Market East Pavilion and ends 8 o'clock. That's Monday, June 19th. That's just one day before the Arkansas Travelers host the 2006 Texas League All-Star Game in our final season at Ray Winder Field. It's the first time since 1998 that the Stars come to Little Rock. The Home Run Derby will start at 6 o'clock on Tuesday, June 20th. ESPN baseball analyst and former Major League All-Star John Kruk will be in attendance. He'll be meeting fans, signing some autographs. And we'll also have the national finals of the Nuttiest Fan Contest and the Peanut Throwing Contest, with vendors coming in from all around the country to see who's got the most accurate bag of peanuts. Brought to you by Reese's Really Nuts. And that the Texas League All-Star Game starts at 7:10 on Tuesday, June 20th, and it's brought to you by the official credit union of the Arkansas Travelers and Arkansas's largest federal credit union, Arkansas Federal Credit Union. You can find them online at afcu.org. While they're deconstructing the squared circle behind the plate, it's pretty impressive to see this thing was built over the course of about 1 hour. They'll break it down in less than half that time, load it all up onto a truck, cart it away, and they'll get the rest of the field. They're lining the field right now, starting to water the ducks out past second base and over at shortstop. And pretty soon you won't even know that there was a midget wrestling match at Ray Winder Field unless you go back to MinorLeagueBaseball.com and pick up the archived broadcast and hear that Bad Boy Brian wins the Midget Wrestling World Championship. We are expecting first pitch at 7:45. The starting pitcher for the Travelers, Jesse Smith, has begun to loosen up his arm in right field. Now he's coming over to the right field bullpen and will get started to warm up along with his catcher, Brent Del Chiaro. And so we'll take a break. We'll come back with the starting lineup for the Arkansas Travelers and the Midland RockHounds, kicking off a 3-game series on a gorgeous Friday night here at War Memorial Park in Little Rock. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be right back after this. You're listening to the Arkansas Travelers and the Midland RockHounds. It's Texas League Baseball from Ray Winder Field.
Sid Gutierrez had a childhood much like you'd expect growing up in 1960s New Mexico. A lot of sun, a lot of sky, and a lot of dreams about what you might be when you grow up. After school, many of Sid's friends went on to work for local factories and businesses. Some moved away, but none moved as far away as Sid. Sid Gutierrez is recognized as the first Hispanic to pilot a space shuttle, and he's a member of the International Space Hall of Fame. But before he went into space, he went to Webster University. I'm Bob Costas, member of the board of Webster University. All Webster campuses around the world share the same belief. Education is more than just a degree. It's real knowledge for real-world success.
If you haven't been able to quit smoking for yourself, think about the people around you.
Better known as Scoreboard Tommy on the broadcast, been working here at Ray Winder Field for, I believe it's been 8 or 9 years. He's a very enthusiastic fellow around the ballpark. We'll be bringing him over to Dickie Stevens Park as well. Happy 40th, Tommy Adams. Very special person in my life. He was sitting right next to me the first time I ever laid eyes on my wife here at Ray Winder Field back in 2001. So we got some streamers, got some cake, and a lot of the festive atmosphere up here in the press box, also known as the gym box, for those who've been trapped in for a long, long time. I'm Phil Elson, and thanks for tuning in today. On a couple of stations, we are live in Midland on News Talk 550 KCRS. I'd like to welcome all the RockHound fans who are tuning in, and I'd like to let you know Bob Hards will be back on the air next week. You won't have to put up with me too long. And our fans here in Little Rock, Air America, 1380 KDXE, they know the pain you're going through listening to this broadcast already. Brad Hicks back at the studio is doing a great job in Sherwood, Arkansas. Let's get to the starting lineup. We're going to have baseball, folks, and that's the best news. Midget wrestling is fun, but some people come here for midget wrestling. I come, and I think you come, to watch the horsehide fly around the baseball park. Let's take a look at the starting lineup. We begin with the second-place Midland RockHounds out of the South Division. 30 wins, 24 losses, a game and a half out. Midland and the Traps split a 4-game series last week. Vaughn Hayes today has Jed Morris leading off, and he'll be the starting catcher for the RockHounds. Designated hitter Kurt Suzuki batting in the 2 slot, with Travis Buck hitting third, playing left field. In the cleanup spot is third baseman Vasily Spanos, while Brant Colamarino bats fifth and plays first base. Brian Savitsky in the 6th spot, he's in right field. Batting 7th is center fielder Matt Allegra. Kevin Melillo bats 8th and plays second base. And Ronnie Merrill rounds out Midland starting 9. He'll be at shortstop. And again, those starting 9 for the RockHounds: Morris, Suzuki, Buck, Spanos, Colamarino, Savitsky in his first game since coming down from Sacramento, Allegra, Melillo, and Merrill. RockHound fans, Danny Putnam was put on the disabled list today with meniscal compression in his right knee. Understand it was a bit of a problem for Putnam to feel his right knee, some nerve problems perhaps, but he had been sitting out for the better part of the last 2 weeks and has now been officially placed on the disabled list. So Brian Savitsky was one of the top hitters in the Texas League last year. Had some struggles at AAA Sacramento. Savitsky in the starting lineup today for the Midland RockHounds. The Arkansas Travelers post the worst record in all of AA baseball. It's 17-36. They're 14.5 out of first place. Aaron Peel leads off. He'll be in left field with Eric Roslin batting second, playing second base. Hitting third is shortstop Brandon Wood, while Matt Brown cleans up and is playing at the hot corner. Designated hitter Matt Pauley batting fifth. David Gates is the 6th-hole hitter playing right field. Greg Porter bats 7th. He'll be at first base. Catching, Brent Del Chiaro batting 8th. And Dwayne Bacon rounds out the Arkansas starting 9. He'll be in center field. Okay, that starting 9 for the Travs: Peel, Roslin, Wood, Brown, Pauley, Gates, Porter, Del Chiaro, and Bacon. Starting pitching matchup, a closer glance at the starting hurlers tonight, each a right-hander. Jesse Smith on the mound for the Arkansas Travelers, making his 11th start of the season and his 12th appearance overall. Smith, who was beaten by the RockHounds his last time out by a 7-4 final score, has a record of 3-5 with a 4.45 ERA. A lot of base hits against Jesse, 74 and 56 and 2/3 innings. But for the most part, Smith doesn't beat himself. He's given up only 4 home runs and just 15 walks. He's struck out 31 batters in those 56 and 2/3 innings. You do see a lot of first pitch fastballs at the knees on the corners from Jesse Smith. He likes to attack the strike zone early in the count, especially using his fastball. But Smith, who had won 3 games in a row from April 26th until May the 7th, and by the way, he's the only Traveler starting pitcher with more than 1 win. Smith has lost each of his last 4 starts, and that includes that 7-4 loss to the RockHounds just 5 days ago. Brad Ziegler is the starting pitcher for the Midland RockHounds. The Travs saw Ziegler in Game 3 of the Texas League Championship Series in 2005. Ziegler beginning this year in the rotation for the RockHounds after starting all of last year for the most part at Single-A Stockton. Ziegler this year in 10 starts is 4-2 with a 3.81 ERA. Ziegler just out of the top 10 in earned run average. And you RockHound fans know the strength of your pitching staff, the starting rotation, where 3 of the starting 5 are amongst the top 10 in the Texas League ERA. But Ziegler probably 11th or 12th in ERA at 3.81. Ziegler has given up 63 hits in 56 and 2/3 innings. League batting .281 against the right-hander from Springfield Mo. 10 home runs, 6 of them in 1 start, and a 10-8 loss at Tulsa on May the 2nd. And Ziegler has walked to 16 and struck out 40. It was Ziegler and Smith that matched up last week at Citibank Ballpark, where Ziegler picked up the 7-4 win. He limited the Travs, who at that point had the hottest hitting team in the Texas League, to 8 hits over 7 innings, just 2 runs, and one of those runs earned. He struck out 6, which is the second highest strikeout total for Ziegler this year. So it's Ziegler for the RockHounds, 4-2, 3.81 ERA, and Jesse Smith for the Travs, 3-5 record, 4.45 earned run average. First pitch to be coming up in about 9 minutes. The pitchers are warming up. Ziegler down the left field line just threw a sidearm fastball, actually a sidearm slider. We'll see a lot of that from him today. And Jesse Smith down in the right field corner, the native of Lincoln, Nebraska, is maybe about 5 minutes ready until he'll come down into the dugout. Looks like we'll have a choir singing the Star Spangled Banner coming up shortly. And so we'll take a break and return with that Star Spangled Banner and also let you know about all the scores in the Major Leagues on the Southwest Airlines Out-of-Town Scoreboard. Thanks for tuning in today on News Talk 550 KRCS, KCRS, and Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
From the Highway of School children, we're taught about the power of reading, and its importance in keeping us connected to the world around us. If you have difficulty seeing words on a page, that's no reason to stop reading. Talking Books is a free program from the Library of Congress. If you have trouble reading normal-sized print or sister magazines, you can qualify for the Talking Books program. When you subscribe to Talking Books and a special cassette player will be delivered to you for free. As soon as you press 1, you'll be verified to order more from the thousands of available titles. Postage and the postage are free.
Remember,
Call toll-free 1-888
relationship. Your perspective.
That's 1-888-657-0818.
Has 4 weeks
From a vast
for
selection of books and magazines.
8 a.m., 9:30 p.m., and and Monday night, 7. For more information, 225-84 or from the website.org.
You are witnessing some intense pain here, folks. Throbbing suffering not for the weather. Other websites designed to give you immediate access to the stuff you hear on 550 AM.
Six leaders north to reach a specialist for more information. Health Fire 5784 Back to the
www.newstalkcrs.com. On June 10th, that's when it is.
Arkansas Travelers and the Midland RockHounds continue to warm up, getting set for Game 1 of this 3-game series that'll take us through Sunday. I'm Phil Elson with you here on minorleaguebaseball.com, also 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE in Little Rock, or North Little Rock, Arkansas, which will be the site, of course, of the new ballpark rising in North Little Rock this year. Dickie Stevens Park will be opening on April 5th, 2007. For you RockHound fans that have been spending a lot of time at Citibank Ballpark, here's a note of pride for you. Bill Valentine has sort of modeled the new Travelers Park after Citibank Ballpark. Really fell in love with the seating alignment and the fact that you've got the wide open concourses, which you can always see what is going on during the game. If you go to get a hot dog or a Coke, we won't have the odd outfield dimensions that Citibank Park has. But I do think that there will be some similarities between Dickie Stevens Park and Citibank Ballpark, and it's a good thing because I'm not sure if Midland fans certainly understand just how great of a ballpark Citibank Park really is. I have the honor, I guess you would say, of calling the last 4 games at Christensen Stadium in 2001. The Travs were the last opponent for the RockHounds at Christensen Stadium, and so I saw what you had to work with before. Not a bad place, but Citibank Ballpark certainly about 5 steps up, and a wonderful place for baseball. And certainly it is I think a hidden gem in minor league baseball. It's going to be the same thing at Dickie Stevens Park. We hope you get a chance to come out and take a look at our new ballpark, which opens next year. Well, we've got the managers right now giving the starting lineup card to the umpire crew, an unnamed replacement umpire crew. Of course, we will have the regular minor league umpires coming back sometime between June 10th and June 12th. I think I mentioned this to the fans in Little Rock, and I think that the fans in Midland would also agree that we do owe the replacement umpires a debt of gratitude for enabling us to play up to this point, because without these guys who quite obviously care about the game of baseball, want to see this institution continue, we would not have had a single game played. Otherwise, we'd have to pull fans out of the stands and umpire, which, by the way, a lot of fans think they could do it, and broadcasters and writers as well. So we do owe the replacement umpires a debt of gratitude, and that goes not just throughout all 8 cities in the Texas League, but every single city at AAA, AA, single A. Those replacement umpires, for all intents and purposes, helped save the 2006 season. With that said, it's a great thing that the real umpires are coming back. As we wait for the Traps to take their positions, and Jesse Smith just finished his warm-up, so he'll start to come down the right field line. We should be underway at about 7:47, 7:48. Let's get to the Major League scoreboard. It's brought to you by Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the Arkansas Travelers and the Midland RockHounds. Top of the second inning at Milwaukee, Washington leading 3-0. Brewers just got swept out of Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Cincinnati put up 5 runs in the first inning against the Houston Astros' Wandy Rodriguez. And the Reds now have loaded the bases for Austin Kearns in the second inning, leading the Stros 5-0. Cubs and Cardinals renewing their rivalry at the new Busch Stadium, and it's a 0-0 score at the top of the third inning. Pittsburgh and San Diego in the middle of a rain delay, and the Mets and the Giants were postponed at Shea Stadium, and they'll be making it up as part of a doubleheader tomorrow. And look at that. It's a Major League team not having a day-night doubleheader. They're actually going to have 2 games for the price of 1 in New York City, of all places. You find me the day when George Steinbrenner does that for the Yankees with the ownership of the Boston Red Sox, and I've got a bridge to sell you over the Arkansas River. So that game's postponed. The Giants and the Mets at Shea Stadium, they'll get that doubleheader tomorrow. And all the Boo Birds, I'm sure, will be out for Barry Bonds in New York City. There's also a rain delay in Atlanta. Lots of rain down the East Coast. The Diamondbacks and the Braves have not yet been able to start their game. They are underway at Baltimore, however, and the Yankees have a 3-2 lead at the top of the 6th inning. 2 home runs for the Yanks by Phillips, and Jason Giambi going deep for the 3rd straight game. Jared Weaver of the Angels, the former Traveler, has limited Cleveland to only 2 hits in 5 innings, and the Angels lead 4-0 after 5. Vlad Guerrero home run, his 14th of the year. Boston trailing Detroit 2-1 at the top of the 6th inning. Bottom 5 at Tampa Bay, and Toronto has had solo homers hit by Russ Johnson and Shea Hillenbrand. 2-1 Jays over the Rays in the 5th inning. Texas and the White Sox 0-0 in the 1st. And later tonight in Oakland, Kirk Saarloos takes on Johan Santana of the Minnesota Twins. 9:05 Central start time. Kansas City and Seattle tonight. It's Keppel in his first Major League start taking on seasoned veteran Jamie Moyer, who is 2-5. There's also 2 games that'll start later tonight in the National League as the Marlins send Dontrelle Willis on a 6-game losing streak to the hill against the Rockies' Josh Fogg. That's an 8:05 Central first pitch. And the Phillies and the Dodgers in Los Angeles today. Eric Gagne thinks he could make his season debut. Just came off the disabled list, and the Dodgers put Jeff Kent on the DL. Ryan Madsen pitching for the Phillies, a 5-3 record against Jay Sal, who comes in at 2-3. Well, the Traps have taken their positions, and we're going to have a ceremonial first pitch thrown out. We will take a very quick break and come back with a first pitch. We got baseball at Ray Winter Field, Midland and Arkansas from Ray Winter Field. Right back after this on 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE.
Train show is every hour on News Talk 550 KCRS.
That were made during the trial by the boys.
Absolutely critical to the world.
Contract sent out to all the players on the
KCRS is the West Texas home of Sports Radio News. Here, the Ducky Fans. Then stay tuned for the full Coffee Hour Report.
Hate to give me a raise.
News Talk 550 KCRS. Alan Taylor from Car and Driver Magazine here. With the pages of the world's largest automotive magazine, this is Car and Driver Radio.
For more information,
after the workout on News
well,
Talk 550 KTRN. Welcome back.
www.country.org.
We've got
on the field here, folks. He's wearing more body paint than Check for baseball. Trav's out on the field. Jesse Smith has started to warm up. Bad Boy Brian, who won the World Midget Wrestling Championship in the pregame bout throughout the ceremonial first pitch. And I think he threw a strike. Probably a changeup. Nice to have you tune in today on KCRS 550 in Midland and 1380 KDXE in North Little Rock. Phil Elson with you as the Travs try to end this 6-game losing streak. And Midland is in a tight battle with the Corpus Christi Hooks in the South Division for first place. 3-team race in the South: Corpus Christi, Midland, and Frisco, with only 3 games separating those 3 teams. And a 2-way race in the North Division, which does not include the Travs. Springfield and Tulsa tied for first place. Springfield 31-21, Tulsa 32-22. Getting a quick update on the score from Corpus Christi. The Hooks put up 3 runs in the second inning against the Drillers. It's 3-0 Corpus Christi going into the third. And on Minor League Baseball's website, it says that the Travs Midland game has been delayed because of a ceremony. Some ceremony that was. It involved 2 midgets beating the pus out of each other. Not too much of a ceremony. So, now the ceremony is over, and it's time for baseball as Jet Morris stands in, and Jesse Smith rocks back and delivers a fastball for strike 1. 7:48 on the first pitch time at Little Rock Ravender Field. 82 degrees, and really no breeze at all. Smith coming back with an 0-1. Morris slaps it foul down the left side, strike 2. Morris, a left-hand batter, batting leadoff today with Kurt Suzuki following him, and then Travis Buck. Morris, .342 average, 5 homers, and 6 RBIs. It's one of the more weird-looking stat lines you'll ever see. 5 homers and only 6 runs batted in. 0-2 the count on the lefty, and here's the pitch from Smith. And he hits it in the air towards right field. David Gates right there in front of the warning track to make the catch, and there's one away. Big question is, can Smith keep the opponent from scoring in the first inning? Arkansas opponents have scored in the first inning in each of the last 3 games, and there's been a total of 16 runs in the first inning those last 3 games, 9 yesterday against Chris Hunter. Kurt Suzuki stepping into the plate. He and Morris splitting some of the catching duties. It's been Suzuki behind the dish most of the time. Morris making his 15th start as a catcher. Suzuki, the DH, batting .292. 4 homers, 25 RBIs, and Smith comes home with a first pitch. Fastball at the letters for a strike. A lot of first pitch fastballs from Smith. A lot of first pitch strikes as well. Jesse, a former 6th-round pick out of Illinois Valley Community College, 4th professional year. 25 years old. He'll turn 26 in a little over a month. An 0-1 on the way to Suzuki. He swings and misses at a slider that was way outside, 0-2. Smith, a fastball in the mid to high 80s, occasionally can touch 90. Gets some sinking motion on it. And a lot of ground balls if Jesse is on. Meanwhile, he'll throw a curve, a slider, and a change. 0-2 to Suzuki. Here is the kick and the pitch. And a slider low and outside, ball 1. On deck, Travis Buck. We are just underway after a long midget wrestling bout. If you just tuned in, that was not a lie. It was not a mispronunciation. Suzuki leaning back in the box. Smith delivers the 1-2. And Suzuki hits it a ton in the air to straightaway center field. Dwayne Bacon going back, looking up at the warning track, and that one hits the billboard. Over to second base, throwing Suzuki, holding with a stand-up double as Bacon's throw dribbles through the cutoff man to third base. Oh, Suzuki came pretty close to a home run. here at Ravinder Field is 390 feet to straightaway center. Looks like Suzuki hit it about 390, but you got a 22-foot fence to block those high fly balls. And looks like Suzuki's fly ball went about halfway up the fence. So for Suzuki, double number 14 of the year. And now the RockHounds have a chance to get ahead in the first with Travis Buck stepping in. Buck playing his 21st game with Midland. After the start of the year at Stockton, bouncing the bat up his left shoulder. Smith comes home. And Buck sends a fly ball towards the gap in left center. Aaron Peel, however, is right there to make the catch route number 2. And Suzuki has to hold at second base. That out is the product of nothing more than good positioning by Travs manager Ty Boykin. Buck, who goes opposite field very well, sent one to the gap in left center. And if Peel wasn't playing into that gap, that was an easy extra base hit to make it a 1-0 score. But 2 outs to bring up the Silly Spanos. Let's give it the fielders behind Smith. Aaron Peel in left. Bacon in center, David Gates in right. It's Matt Brown deep at third, Wood playing really deep at short. Eric Rodlin holding Suzuki from second base, and Greg Porter playing behind the bag at first. Doing the catching tonight, Brent Del Chiaro. Here's Vasily Spanos, the RockHounds leader with 37 RBIs, right-hander, and a pitch on the way. Swings and grounds it to Porter at first. He'll make the play, take it himself, and he beats Spanos to the bag. A little closer than you might expect on that play. So, no runs for the RockHounds in the first inning. On 1 base hit and 1 man left. That'll take us to the bottom of the first inning. And the RockHounds do not score. Here come the Travs against Brad Ziegler on News Talk 550 KCRS and 1380 KBXE.
Did you know that more than 250 Arkansans are currently awaiting an organ transplant? And did you know that every 16 minutes, a new name is added to the organ transplant waiting list? You can help to reduce these numbers by registering to become an organ donor. Call the Arkansas Regional Organ Recovery Agency at 866-660-5433 or visit the Aurora website at www.arora.org to learn more. Become an organ donor. Give hope.
In today's busy world, who has time for questions? Where to go, how to get there, what to eat? With over 30 locations in central, north central, and northeast Arkansas, Double B's has the answers. Double B's makes it easy to stop in and get on with your day, wherever you are. Start your day with Double B's Coffee Cafe. Gourmet coffee better than most coffee houses. Grab lunch on the go with delicious selections from Quiznos, Pizza Pro, Baskin Robbins, Chester's Fried Chicken, or Subway. Clean your auto with a car wash. And all Double B's locations feature pay at the pump technology, so you're back on the road in no time. Make the most of your time and stop worrying about life's little questions. We've got the answers at Double B's.
Dr. Pepper, the taste of originality, Dr. Pepper. Salute individuality, Dr. Pepper. Do what you do, your moment has come. You're not like anyone, nothing better, Dr. Pepper.
Bottom of the first inning, and Brad Ziegler has started to warm up for the Midland RockHounds. Hounds breaking out the road dark blue uniforms. I don't know if it's necessarily dark. It's bright blue. Gray pants. Travs in the usual home white traveler uniform. Red lettering, red numbers. Phil Elson with you here from Ravinder Field. The RockHounds stranded Kurt Suzuki at second base after a 1-out double. Aaron Peel will start the game for the Arkansas Travelers, leading off for the third straight game. Well, the Travs fell behind 9-0 in the first inning yesterday. Peel hit a leadoff home run in the first, keying a 6-run first inning for the Travs. Very rare that you score 6 runs in one inning in a ballgame and still lose. Peel stands in, and Ziegler comes home with a first pitch and a fastball which tails on the inside corner for a strike. Ziegler has had home run problems before. At Tulsa, May 2nd, 6 home runs in just 3 innings. The 0-1 on the way to Peel. Swings chops to short. Merrill there for the second bounce. Flips across, and Peel is out number 1. When Ziegler is on, gets a lot of ground out. Everything moves. Nothing straight with Brad Ziegler. And he throws from various angles. All told, I mean, you can take into account he'll throw a fastball, breaking pitch, changeup, then throw those pitches from various angles. He may actually be throwing 8 or 9 different pitches because anything that's coming from a different angle is, for all intents and purposes, another pitch. Eric Rodland, first pitch to him, a strike on the outside corner. Rodland, a left-hand batter, leading the Arkansas ball club with a .315 average. 3 homers, 22 RBIs. Ziegler delivers. And it's chopped outside first, a foul ball, strike 2. Rodland hit the final home run for the Travs yesterday, a solo shot in the 8th inning, 3rd of the year. Rodland 2 for 12 in the series against Frisco. No one on for Rodland, 2 out, a 2-strike pitch on the way, and it tails outside, ball 1. Brandon Wood on deck, and then Matt Brown if anybody reaches. Ziegler at 6'4", 190 pounds. Hand over the head windup, and the 1-2. Rodland swings and misses and strikes out. A ton of movement on that tailing fastball from Ziegler. Part Taylor, part sinker. And an effective pitch all the way around. Strikeout number 41 for Brad Ziegler, his 7th in 7 2/3 innings against Arkansas. And now Brandon Wood stands in, the team leader with 10 homers, jacked a 2-run shot of the first yesterday. Right-hand batter, here's Ziegler's pitch. And Wood sends a fly ball in a shallow left. Travis Buck didn't get a good break. It falls in front. And a 2-out single for Brandon Wood extends a hitting streak for Wood to 8 games in a row. So now Matt Brown will stand in. Brown, when the RockHounds saw him last week, he was starting to struggle a little bit. But he's picked his season up now. 12 hits in his last 8 games. Pitch on the way, and a fastball for a strike at the knees, 0-1. 0-0, bottom of the first. 2-out single by Brandon Wood. Brown of the plate batting .288. 7 home runs, 23 RBI. Stretched by Ziegler, and the pitch. Fouled in the ground over into the third base stand. You got a whole line of kids that brought their gloves in the first row, all reaching up at the same time in a sea of leather. And one of those kids brought it in. Wants to wrestle it away from the rest of his friends. 0-2 the count on Brown. Matt Pauley on deck. Brown yesterday 1 for 3 with a double in the first inning. Throw to first, almost picked off Wood. Wood 5 steals, 6 attempts. Ziegler, he holds runners on so well that no Texas League team has attempted to steal a base against him. He's ready, and an 0-2 pitch to Brown. Chopper heading towards third and bouncing foul. Way out in front of the pitch from Ziegler, and that seems to be part of Ziegler's plan of attack, is to keep batters off balance. He had Rodland leaning out over the plate on the swinging strike 3 for the second out of the inning. Got him on that tailing fastball. Doesn't appear that Ziegler throws all that hard with everything moving as much as it does. He will get a lot of strikeouts. In fact, he's averaged just under a strikeout per inning over his 4-year career. Still 0-2 on Brown. Right-hander deep in the box, does not choke up. Here's the pitch. Fastball bearing in on him, and it's ball 1, 1-2. Ziegler, a 20th round pick by the Phillies in 2003, was released by the Phillies. The very next year at spring training, and the A's picked him up, and he's been a nice find for Oakland. Picked up 11 wins last year between single and double A. 1-2 to Brown. Swing and a bouncing ball to the hole at short. Back in by Merrill. Shuffles his feet, fires, and gets the out to end the first inning. Brown out by about a half a step. So each team strands a man in the first inning for the Travs. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. And heading into the second, we're still 0-0. Arkansas and Midland. You're listening to Texas League Baseball on 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE.
Did you know that more than 250 Arkansans are currently awaiting an organ transplant? And did you know that every 16 minutes, a new name is added to the organ transplant waiting list? You can help to reduce these numbers by registering to become an organ donor. Call the Arkansas Regional Organ Recovery Agency at 660-5433. Or visit the Aurora website at www.arora.org to learn more. Become an organ donor. Give hope. In today's busy world, who has time for questions? Where to go, how to get there, what to eat? With over 30 locations in Central, North Central, and Northeast Arkansas, Double B's has the answers. Double B's makes it easy to stop in and get on with your day, wherever you are. Start your day with Double B's Coffee Cafe. Gourmet coffee, better than most coffee houses. Grab lunch on the go with delicious selections from Quiznos, Pizza Pro, Baskin Robbins, Chester's Fried Chicken, or Subway. Clean your auto with a car wash. And all Double B's locations feature pay-at-the-pump technology, so you're back on the road in no time. Make the most of your time and stop worrying about life's little questions. We've got the answers at Double B's.
Dr. Pepper, the taste of originality, Dr. Pepper. Salute individuality, Dr. Pepper. Do what you do, your moment has come. You're not like anyone, nothing better, Dr. Pepper.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Back at Raymonder Field as we go to the top of the second inning. Here in Little Rock, Arkansas, the Travs and the RockHounds each stranded a man in the first inning. So we go to the top of the second with the 5, 6, and 7 batters for the Midland RockHounds, starting off with Brent Colamarino, then going to Brian Stavisky and Matt Allegra. Give you a quick look at our pitching matchup for the rest of this series. The Travelers will be sending Nick Green to the hill tomorrow. Green will be making his Double-A debut tomorrow in place of James Holcomb. Holcomb made his last start in Midland and had some problems with his lower back, had an MRI, and has been placed on the disabled list. They don't expect him to miss too much time, but Nick Green will pitch tomorrow. Green, while at Rancho Cucamonga, posted 5 wins, 3 losses, and had a 4.15 ERA. He goes up against David Bradley, 3-4 right-hander, 3.67 ERA. Here's Colamarino standing in a left-hand batter. And the pitch from Jesse Smith is over the outside corner for a called strike. Colamarino is hitting .254 with 5 homers, 26 RBIs. And a huge game against the Travs last week in a 12-inning battle. An 0-1 pulled foul outside first, strike 2. That was a 14-inning battle in which Colamarino entered that ball game with a huge slide, 3 for 46. Colamarino helped the RockHounds come back from down by 4 with a 2-run homer in the 4th and delivered the game-winning hit. An opposite field double to score Kurt Suzuki from first base in the 14th. It's an 0-2 count on Colamarino, and the pitch on the way from Smith. And the lefty swings and misses, and Jesse strikes out his first of the game. A 3-pitch strikeout to take care of Colamarino. For Smith, strikeout number 32, and here's Stavisky. So here's Stavisky. It'll be his first at-bat since the Texas League Championship Series last year, at least the first at-bat in the Texas League since the Championship Series last year. Stavisky was batting .239 in AAA Sacramento before the call down. Left-hand batter, pitch on the way. Outside ball 1 from Jesse Smith. Stavisky hit 2 homers, drove in 8. Got a very good idea of the strike zone. Standing 6'3", 230 pounds. Pitch from Smith is at the knees for a strike, 1-1. Last year, Stavisky was an everyday player for Midland. Smith gets the sign. Here's the 1-1. A breaking ball that's just under the knees, inside ball 2. And Stavisky last year batted .316, hit 11 homers, and drove in 88. 2-1 pitch to the lefty. Fastball right down Broadway, called strike 2. Matt Allegra on deck. 0-0, top of the second. Jesse Smith looking pretty strong here in the early going. Stavisky replacing Danny Putnam on the active roster. Wearing number 40 on the back of his jersey. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Smith rocks back, kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a curveball. 2 outs for Smith here in the second inning with 2 strikeouts. And that'll bring up Matt Allegra. Allegra, .309 batting average, 4 homers, 18 runs batted in. Good to see that Allegra's having a good season because he's been in the Texas League for a while. He had his Texas League debut in 2003. 2004 season started off well, but was interrupted by injury. And last year, nothing went right for Allegra. Here's a first pitch from Jesse Smith, and Allegra backs away from a fastball at his elbow. Ball one. And we saw Allegra last week in Midland. He had a home run against the Travs, played outstanding defense, but also struck out 9 times in 20 at-bats. A 1-0, swinging a high fly ball, hit very well into right center field. Dwayne Bacon right at the wall, looks up, and it is gone. Matt Allegra, home run number 5 on the season, second against the Travelers. And Jesse Smith giving up a home run to Allegra for the second time this year. Two-out homer makes it 1-0 Midland, and now Kevin Melillo stands in. Only the 5th home run allowed by Jesse Smith, and you think that Allegra's hit 2 of them. Well, he's figured something out about Jesse. Really guided that ball over the shell billboard and just to the right of straightaway center. Melillo, left-hand batter, 259 average, and Smith's pitch from the windup is a fastball for strike 1. A homer by Allegra, 44th hit by Midland this year, and the Travs allowing their league-high 56. Here's the 0-1 to Melillo, and it is a little bit inside, 1-1. 3 homers for Melillo, 20 runs batted in. Steady second baseman. Gap power, but also on the ability to hit a home run. The 1-1 pitch, fastball down, and it's 2 balls and a strike. 1-0 RockHounds. Allegra's home run is the 9th that a Traveler pitcher has allowed over the last 4 games. The 2-1 pitch from Smith is low and outside, ball 3. On deck is Ronnie Merrill, the 9-hitter of the RockHounds. And Smith trying to get out of the frame, allowing just a homer to Allegra. 3-1 pitch on the way. Melillo swings, grounds it hard, and past Greg Porter and into right field. And Melillo reaches in a 2-out situation. Will either be an error or a base hit, and we'll wait for the official scorers ruling. Calls it a base hit. And that'll be Ronnie Merrill coming up to the plate. Merrill, who is the only switch hitter in the RockHound lineup, batting .259, 2 homers, 14 runs batted in. Number 9 batter will hit from the left side. 2 straight hits after Smith struck out the first 2 batters of the inning. Here's a stretch by Smith at the belt. Melillo, good lead. The pitch. Slider on the inside corner for a called strike. Smith has started off 6 of the 9 batters he's faced with a first pitch strike. And you can bet that the RockHounds will be swinging at the first pitch a few times the next time through the order. Merrill draws the bat back, and Smith will step off and quickly look Melillo back to first. Melillo, one of the only steal threats for the RockHounds. Midland, they're not going to really try to steal many bases, but Melillo has attempted 7. He's been caught 4 times. Smith ready. There goes Melillo, the pitch in the dirt, and Del Chiaro concentrates on blocking it, but he cannot throw to second base. So Melillo picks the right pitch to run on and steals his 4th of the year. That's a pretty tough situation for a catcher to deal with. You see out of the corner of your eye the runner trying for second, then the pitch hits the dirt. And a catcher's first instinct should always be to go after the pitch, not the runner. Good job by Del Chiaro. And Smith looked very strong over the first 6 batters. Has struggled over the last 3. 1 ball, 1 strike to Merrill. Smith, a long look at Melillo. And that'll force Merrill out of the batter's box. Timeout call. 1-0 Midland on the home run by Matt Allegra. Midland hit 3 homers against the Travs last week at Citibank Park. That's their 4th against Arkansas this year. Smith back to the stretch. Wood right behind Melillo at short. He'll back away. The 1-1 pitch inside. And it's 2-1. Lights are on. Not yet taking their effect. Dusk settling in near central Arkansas. Not a single cloud in the sky. Mid-80s today. Really just a slight chance of rain during the afternoon, but we're clear for the rest of the night. A 2-1 pitch to Merrill. Swing and a hard hitter to second base. Got through Rodland, but he backhands. He recovers, throws. Safe at first is Merrill. Merrill really put a charge of the ball. And by the way, Melillo only advances to third base. The ball got through Rodland, but it bounced off his knee and went behind it by about 5 feet. He recovered it, and his throw to first was way too late. It'll be an error on Eric Rodland, allowing the inning to continue. And so we go to the top of the order. Jed Morris will stand in. An error called due to the fact that that ball was hit right at Rodland. Even though it was hit hard, it was hit right to him. One-hopped him, and he really just let the ball short off him a little bit. And Rodland, usually a pretty steady second baseman, committing his 8th error of the year. And so that opens up a hole for the RockHounds to get in front by a couple of runs. First and third for the top of the order. Jed Morris stands in. I mentioned Morris has only driven in 6 runs this year. He's hit 5 homers. Left-hand batter fly to right in the first inning. There's a throw over to first base by Smith to check on Merrill. He's back. 1-0 Midland, and a chance for more here in the top of the second. Morris lays the bat on his left shoulder as Smith sets and deals. And the slider is at the knee for a called strike. 2 quick outs by Smith here in the inning on strikeouts, but then Allegra goes deep to center. Melillo singles and steals second. Merrill reaches on Rodland's fielding error. Smith got ahead with another first pitch strike. Now he's got to put Morris away. Right-hander ready. Lifts the leg and deals, and it's hit to Rodland again, much softer that time. Rodland will field it, flip it, and get out of the inning. Just 1-run scoring for the RockHounds. 1 run on 2 hits and 1 error. A couple of men left for Midland. With the score, Midland 1 and the Travelers nothing. We go to the bottom of the second inning. You're listening to Texas League Baseball on 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE.
The romance begins at Cupid's. Choose from Central Arkansas's largest selection of apparel and lingerie in every size, style, and color. And don't forget the wide selection of menswear, toys, massage oil, and lotion. It's Cupid's Lingerie and more. 2585 Donaghy Street in the Townsend Plaza, Conway, 65th and Scott Hamilton, and 9700 North Rodney Perham in Little Rock, plus 3360 Central Avenue in Hot Springs. Just look for the purple neon hearts, and you'll know you're in the right place. Cupid's Lingerie and more.
Hey, fans, it's easy to get discount tickets to Trans games all year thanks to Ready Ice. Arkansas's #1 ice company, Ready Ice presents Ready Ice Wednesdays at Ray Winder Field. Just pick up a discount coupon for any Wednesday Trans home game anywhere Ready Ice is sold, like most Shell and Exxon gas stations. Bring the coupons to the Trans box office for $3 general admission tickets to any Wednesday home game. That's Ready Ice Wednesdays at Ray Winder Field all season long. Thanks to Arkansas's #1 ice company, Ready Ice.
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. Miller, good call. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Bottom of the second inning here at Ray Winder Field, and a 1-0 score with the Midland RockHounds leading the Arkansas Travelers. I had to cut myself off there. A lot of times as the Travelers broadcaster, I'll say your Arkansas Travelers, but half our listeners tonight, that ain't your team. Matt Pauley stands in against Brad Ziegler. Pauley, left-hand batter, the DH for the Travs today in the 5 spot. Ziegler's first pitch is low and outside, ball 1. Midland scoring a run on the top of the second on a solo homer by Matt Allegra. Matt Pauley is hit 3 on the year. The pitch, he goes after a change and misses, way outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pauley, David Gates, and Greg Porter here in inning number 2. Pauley at 267 average. The pitch from Ziegler. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Pauley. 14 RBIs for Paulie, but no RBIs over his last 8 games. Here's the 1-2 to Matt. Target on the outside corner, and he fouls it away over the third base roof here at Raywinder Field. The roof extends all the way down the first base line to about the edge of the infield dirt. Third base roof stops about halfway down the third base line. The 1-2, low and away, 2 balls, 2 strikes. The rowdy seats here at Raywinder Field, the third base bleachers, and goodness, those bleachers are about 4/5 full today. I imagine we'll see a beer can pyramid or 2 built tonight. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Paulie, and Ziegler comes home. Paulie sends it in the air to shallow left field. High fly ball with Travis Buck having plenty of time to come in and grab out number 1. So Paulie gone, and that'll bring up David Gates. Picnic patio in the left field corner. We got a lot of people in the patio today. I will estimate a crowd of about 3,500 to 3,800 tonight at Raywinder Field. Here's Gates, who had an outstanding series at Midland last week. He was 6 for 19 with a couple of home runs and a triple, which was almost an inside-the-park home run. Matt Allegra fielded a deep fly at the warning track in center and then slipped on the track and threw the ball into the dirt, allowing Gates to score from third base on an error after he tripled. Pitch from Ziegler, called strike on the outside corner with a slider. Gates hitting .220, 4 homers, 12 runs batted in. 3 of his homers have come in the last 6 games, so Gator is starting to feel it a little bit. Righty, here's the 0-1. Swing and a foul tip, strike 2. On deck, Greg Porter. Nobody on, 1 man out, 1-0 Midland in the second. Ziegler quickly back with the 0-2. And the slider comes slowly inside, almost nudging Gates' left elbow. He didn't do much to get out of the way. Gates has been hit by 6 pitches. Now the 1-2 to Gator. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Second strikeout for Ziegler. I don't know if I've even called that a slow curveball. I'd call that a turtle curveball. That's how slowly that one moved. So here comes Greg Porter. RockHounds scores their run after Jesse Smith set down 2 in a row to begin the top of the second. Let's see if the Travs can't get the same thing here in the bottom half. Pitch to Porter. Fastball down and away, 1-0. Porter, a .285 average. 6 homers, 25 runs batted in. Cracked a 2-run single in the first inning yesterday. Finished 1 for 4. The 1-0 is hit on down the left field line. High fly ball. Travis Buck at the warning track makes the catch. 1 foot in fair territory. The Travelers go down in order in the second inning with Porter flying out 2 feet in front of the wall. Travs go down 1, 2, 3, and we head to the top of the third inning with the score: Midland 1 and Arkansas 0. You're listening to Texas League Baseball.
10. On June 10th, that's when the Indy Racing League returns to Texas Motor Speedway for the Bombardier Learjet 500 under the lights for the 10th consecutive season. Reserve your seats now to see your favorite drivers go wheel to wheel around the 1.5-mile oval with speeds over 200 miles per hour. Be there to see if it'll be another amazing finish like this one from 2003.
It looks like Canard by a nose. Now Under pulls up even as they enter turn number 3. So this is it, the final shootout. Twin checkers in the hand of Brian Howard. It looks like Allinger Jr.'s got the edge. He will take the checker flag. Allinger Jr. has won Texas Motor Speedway.
Could it stand well? Tony Kanaan, Sam Horn Jr., or Danica. Sure, we get the element. Get Barry, Mike McConnell, your head commando, Drudge, plus 95 weight points from Dave and Rush.
Do you have an investing in playing ball? That job opportunity?
Every weekend on this podcast
is the home of Travelers Baseball. And we need to add to our staff of board operators for...
Top of inning number 3 at Ray Winder Field. The Midland RockHounds 1 and the Arkansas Travelers nothing. Tuning in here to Travelers and RockHounds baseball on News Talk 550 KCRS. Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE. Two completely different points of view coming together for one baseball game. That's the great thing about baseball, folks. Able to bring the left and the right together as we enjoy 9 innings of baseball and 3 falls of midget wrestling before the game. Fred Del Chiaro leads off the 3rd inning. He will lead off the bottom of the 3rd for the Travs, pardon me. Kurt Suzuki leading off the 3rd for the RockHounds. There to hit the first base hit of the ball game, a 1-out double to center in the 1st. Jesse Smith has given up 3 base hits in 2 innings, 2 strikeouts, 1 run earned. And here's the first pitch of the inning to Suzuki, missing outside for a ball, 1-0. Suzuki, Buck, and Spanos here in the 3rd inning against Jesse Smith. Suzuki now in a 7-game hit streak after that first inning 2 base hit. Here's the 1-0. A fastball missing high. And for the first time tonight, Jesse Smith is behind in the count 2-0. Suzuki 12 for 30 during his hit streak with 5 doubles and 1 home run. Came at Springfield a couple of days ago. Here's the 2-0 to Suzuki. Swing, a pop-up, shallow left. Wood going out from short. Aaron Peel is going to call it, and Peel comes in from left field to make the catch for out number 1. Here comes Travis Buck. We take a look at the Southwest Airlines Texas League scores. Springfield Cardinals still leading Frisco in the 4th inning, 1-0. John Danks is returned after a 3-week layoff and a sore arm. Danks back up to his old tricks. He struck out 5 in 4 1/3 innings. But Mike Parisi of the Cardinals, 4 shutout innings on 3 hits and 4 strikeouts. Buck, left-hand batter. Pitch from Smith inside, ball 1. Elsewhere, Tulsa has now overtaken Corpus Christi 5-3. They're in the 4th. 1-0 to Buck. Here's a fastball right down the middle for a strike, 1-1. Corpus put up 3 runs in the 2nd, but the Drillers scored 3 times in the 3rd, twice in the 4th to take the lead. Joe Kashansky continues to pound the ball as the Tulsa first baseman hit his 13th home run. The 1-1 to Buck is down and in. 2 balls and a strike. Wichita gets out to the lead over San Antonio, 1-0 in the 2nd. Zach Greinke is on the mound for the Wranglers. There's a 2-1 to Buck, swing and a miss, strike 2. Greinke, who is expected to be in the starting rotation for the Kansas City Royals, and had been sent home due to some problems that hadn't been announced. Some people thought that he was having some mental issues. The 2-2 to Buck, high and outside, ball 3. Greinke had seen a couple of specialists. I believe a psychologist was involved. But it is good to see Greinke, who's supposed to be one of the anchors in the starting rotation for the Royals for a long time. It's good to see him back on the hill where he belongs. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Buck. No one on, 1 out. The payoff pitch is grounded to first base behind the back. Greg Porter makes the play, circles around the base, and beats Buck there. And there's 2 away. Buck 0 for 2. Now Vasily Spanos will stand in. Kashansky, by the way, with that 13th home run for Tulsa, has taken sole possession of second place. And we start to think who's going to take part in the Texas League Home Run Derby here in Little Rock before the All-Star game on June 20th. I could say Joe Kashansky is one of them. Hits the Spanos into the dirt, ball 1. Spanos probably would be the entry for the RockHounds for the All-Star Derby. He leads the ball club with 7 home runs. Spanos powered out 15 last year between Stockton and Midland. Here's a 1-0. Down and away from Smith, ball 2. 1-0 Midland on the top of the 3rd. Matt Allegra's solo home run in the 2nd inning, the only tally of the game. 2 outs, no one on for Spanos. He grounded out of the 1st inning. Now the 2-0 from the right-hander. Spanos beats it over the mound and bouncing into center field for a 2-out single. Base hit number 4 for the Midland RockHounds, and Spanos, with his first base hit of the night, has now extended a hit streak to 11 games in a row. Jed Morris, he's on a 13-game hit streak, the longest active streak for any RockHound, but Morris 0 for 2. Here's Cole Marino, tries to extend a 6-game streak. He was out on strikes on 3 pitches in the second. Left-hand batter with a man at first, and Smith comes home with a fastball under the knees, ball 1. Cole Marino entered the game hitting .254, 5 home runs, 26 RBIs, having some trouble making contact this year. 52 strikeouts, counting the second inning whiff. That leads all RockHound batters. The 1-0 on the way, and it's low and inside again, ball 2. Smith has not had a 2-0 count in either of the first 2 innings. This 2-0 count against Cole Marino is the 3rd count of 2 balls, no strikes in the 3rd. Out to the mound goes Brent Del Chiaro to chat up with Jesse Smith. Back to the thought about the All-Star Home Run Derby. Well, there's no doubt Hunter Pence, unless he gets called up to AAA Round Rock, Pence should be here for the All-Star Home Run Derby. Pence hit 2 homers here in Little Rock already. And Kashansky and Rico Washington of Springfield, those guys, I think it should be mandatory. Any left-hander with power should take part in the Home Run Derby and see if they can't hit it over I-630 a few times. 2-0 to Cole Marino, jammed him. He pops it into the bleachers at third base, strike 1. For those who have never been to Raywinter Field, we've got a tall 60-foot screen called the Screen Monster that extends from right field all the way into left center, protecting the Wilbur Mills Freeway, Interstate 630, which goes right through Little Rock in the center of town, as that is right past right field. So, yes, balls do get hit over that fence. They get hit onto the freeway or over the freeway to a different zip code. 2-1 to Cole Marino is down low, and that's ball 3. RockHound fans will remember Dan Johnson, the Texas League home run champion from a couple of years ago. Johnson routinely played pepper with the Screen Monster in the few games he took part in here in Little Rock. A 3-1 pitch coming. Here it is to Cole Marino. Swing a fly ball left field. Peel back a few steps. He'll stop and wait. Reaches up, makes the catch. Side retired in the 3rd. For the RockHounds, no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. Going to the bottom of the 3rd at Raywinter Field with the score, Midland 1 and the Arkansas Travelers 0. You're listening to Texas League Baseball on 550 KTRS and 1380 KTXE.
From the hilltops of Atlanta
to the California sand. Come on, one day across the nation, yeah.
I'm a burrito in every time.
Most Burritos, 2834 North Hills Boulevard in North Little Rock, by Kroger's at North Hills and McCain. Go your own way with National Car Rental. Take a one-time trip and discover Arkansas. National's great weekend special is just what you need for a trip to the Ozarks. Or get your friends together and rent a minivan to historic Eureka Springs. National offers a wide choice of sizes and styles, from luxury cars to vans and sport utility vehicles. Unlimited mileage rates are available. National Car Rental has 2 convenient locations, Little Rock Airport and North Little Rock at 3919 Park Avenue. See National Car Rental's ad in the Yellow Pages. Go your own way with National Car Rental.
1, 2, 3.
We're at the supermarket checking out shopping lists.
Oh, here's mine.
Let's see. Milk, cheese, yogurt, ding, ding, ding.
Oh, do I win?
Well, actually...
RockHounds with Bob Connor. Time flies when you're having fun. The RockHounds Single homestand comes to an end Thursday night. It's stretching up the Hounds of played 13 out of 16 at City Bank Ballpark. It'll be left-hander right back scorer to the mound for the Hounds against the Brown Boston St. Cardinals. 7-inch right-hander Stuart Amaranth.
Your
Baseball. 6:45 here tonight from the voice of West Texas. Baseball 550 KCRS.
Brent Del Chiaro about to step into the batter's box, leading off the bottom of the 3rd inning. Travs down by a run, 1-0 on a Matt Allegra home run last frame. Del Chiaro, the 8-hitter, facing Brad Ziegler. Ziegler set down 6 of 7 to start the game, and Del Chiaro lines one foul. Look out on the picnic patio. Bounces away from a few kids who have their back to the field. but everybody seems to be just fine. The first time you get hit with a baseball at Ray Winder Field is probably going to be the last, because if you ever come back to the ballpark, you'll watch the game. Ziegler was about to warm up, and our organist was still playing. And so timeout was called. So Del Chiaro stands back in, followed by Dwayne Bacon and Aaron Peel. 0-1 pitch from Brad Ziegler. Swing and a miss. Change up, strike two. Del Chiaro, 160 batting average in his 15 games. All as a backup catcher for Bobby Wilson, who gets the day off. 2 homers, 5 RBI. Ziegler looking for strikeout number 3. Del Chiaro fouls the 0-2 straight back, still 0-2. Del Chiaro does strike out a lot, 17 times in 15 games. Ziegler looking in for Morris's sign. Target goes low and away, the pitch. Curveball popped up over third. Spanos got a late break. Shortstop Merrill charging out, and Merrill makes the catch right on the third base foul line, about 20 feet into left field. Our third base umpire didn't let us know if it was fair or foul, so we'll just call that a pop-up. I think he caught that while he was right on the baseline, so it's in fair territory. 1 away. 5 in a row set down by Brad Ziegler. Ziegler would seem to be the kind of pitcher that you do not want getting into a real groove, because he obviously is a guy that pitches for feel. How that ball feels in his hand, because everything he throws moves, so his finger is about as important as it gets as he puts movement on the ball. Bacon standing in left-handed. Ziegler delivers low, ball 1. Bacon batting in the 9-hole for the third straight game after batting leadoff all year long. 216 batting average, 3 homers, 15 RBIs. Ziegler delivers low, ball 2. 1-0 the Hounds, bottom of the third. On deck, Aaron Peel. Nobody on for Bacon. Corners up a little as the 2-0 comes home, and Dwayne will take it right down the middle for strike 1. Bacon, one of a few Travs that were out earlier today, taking early batting practice. The 2-1 to Dwayne. Swinging a hard hit to second, bounces up for Melillo. He boots it, and that'll allow Bacon to reach. Ball was hit pretty hard, and Melillo was there for the backhand, but it looked like Melillo actually overplayed the ball about a step in front of it. They're going to put up a base hit. So a base hit for Dwayne Bacon. And that is the second base hit for the Travs, bringing up Aaron Peel. The pitch on the way, and it's low and outside, ball 1. Peel grounded out of the first inning to short. Aaron 3 for 15 during the homestand. Quick fire to first, almost picked off Bacon, but he's back in there. Bacon, the top base stealer in the league, 18 swipes in 22 tries. Not too much of a lead as Ziegler comes set and throws home and misses under the knees, ball 2. This might be a good spot for a hit and run, but I don't think you can anticipate a fastball with Ziegler on the mound. Bacon stays. The pitch to Peel is outside, and he did come with a fastball, but it's a 3-0 count with Eric Rodlin on deck. Tying run at first for the Travs here in the third inning. Bacon's infield single, just his third hit in 26 at-bats. Ziegler ready. Hasn't walked anyone yet. He comes home, and it's ripped to third, caught on a line drive by Vasily Spanos. Bacon was holding at first base, so that's the only out Spanos gets. Nice play by Spanos, taking one step to his right, reaching out and snaring that pea shooter by Aaron Peel as he went after the 3-0 pitch. It came right down the middle, and Peel would have had an extra base hit had Spanos not made the play. So Peel 0 for 2. Rodlin standing in. Left-hand batter struck out of the first inning. Just the 22nd time he's whiffed this year. Pitch on the way. looks at it, and at the knees, a strike on a fastball from Ziegler makes it 0-1. Rodman pausing out of the batter's box, showed a little disbelief with the strike call. It may have been under the knees, but tough to tell. 0-1 the count on Eric. A go for the outside corner, but instead of fire to first, Bacon just beating the throw again. Safe to say, Dwayne Bacon has gone as far as he can, leading from first base with Brad Ziegler minding him. 1 step, 2 steps for Bacon, takes a third and another one. He's 4 steps off the bag. Here's the 0-1 to Rodman. Swing and a miss on that sinker. Strike 2. Really rarely see Eric Rodman strike out twice in a game, much less in consecutive at-bats. Throw to first, not in time again. That one a little bit easier for Bacon to get back. But it seems that Brad Ziegler may have Rodman's number. Unless Eric able to poke one out there. Outfield comes in a little bit. And the 0-2 to the lefty is strike 3 called for out number 3. A fastball right at the knees. Rodman standing there frozen, showing displeasure with that final pitch call. He'll walk away and take his position with the Traps. Get 1 hit, no errors, strand a man. And after 3 innings at Ray Winder Field, it's the Midland RockHounds 1 and the Arkansas Travelers nothing. You're listening to Texas League Baseball on KCRS 550 and 1380 KDXE.
What if there were no bad drivers? What if everyone always followed the speed limit? What if 10-car pileups didn't exist? In a world like that, we'd all be better off. It's why Allstate is introducing 2 incentives to drive safe. For every 6 months you don't have an accident, you'll get cash off your renewal bill with a safe driving bonus. And for every year of safe driving, you'll get $100 off your deductible with Deductible Reward. Another year, another $100 off, up to $500. But it's not just about saving money. Safe driving also saves lives. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate, Dan. Are you in good hands?
Get Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance today. Call a local Allstate agent or 1-800-ALLSTATE. You can get $100 off your deductible the day you sign up. Features are optional and subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Deductible awards apply to collision coverage. Patent pending. Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company and Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Stone Lake Golf Course is one of Central Arkansas's hidden sports gems. Located just 1 mile off I-440 on Faulkner Lake Road, Stone Lake features a unique link-style course and some of the most reasonable green speeds around, complete with driving range plus chipping and putting greens and a full-range snack bar. Stone Lake has everything a good duffer needs. Check out a hole-by-hole description on stonelake.net or call 945-0945 for Stone Lake.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
3 innings in the scorebook here at Ray Winder Field. We go to the top of the 4th. Phil Elson with you, and thanks again for tuning in, whether you're here in Central Arkansas or in the Permian Basin. Here are your totals after 3, starting with the visiting Midland RockHounds. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors, 4 men stranded. And the Travelers, no runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left. Jesse Smith has allowed 1 run in the 3 innings. It was on a solo homer by Matt Allegra. Smith has also struck out 2, walked nobody. He'll be facing Allegra second in the inning. Leading off, however, Brian Stavisky, followed by Allegra and Kevin Melillo. We'll be checking big league scores this frame as Smith gets the side, winds up, and delivers the first of the inning. Way outside for a ball to Stavisky, and a 1-0 count. I mentioned during the playoffs that was the last Texas League at-bat for Brian Stavisky last year. Here's a pitch. 1-0 just missed the outside corner, ball 2. The world champion, Texas League champion RockHounds, beating Arkansas in a 4-game series. And Stavisky batted .273 in the playoffs with 6 RBI. Scored 9 runs. Goes after the 2-0, way in front. Little nubber foul off the end of the bat. Strike 1. Okay, going to those Major League scores. They've been postponed in 2 cities down the eastern seaboard. Shea Stadium the site of the Giants and Mets rainouts. And Atlanta and Arizona also rained out. The 2-1 to Stavisky, up at the shoulders inside, ball 3. Pittsburgh and San Diego underway after a long rain delay. 4-0 Padres in the third inning. Mike Piazza, home run number 8. 3-1 to Stavisky, a called strike on the outside corner. Full count, and this is the first full count by Jesse Smith today. Smith, no walks, 2 strikeouts. Got Stavisky with a curveball in the second inning. Here's the windup and the payoff pitch. And a fastball. Low and inside again, ball 4. Eric Rodlander was called out on a pitch that was almost exactly where that last one came in. You can see the look of disbelief on Rodland's face at second base, wondering why that pitch wasn't called a strike. So a leadoff walk brings up Matt Allegra. Allegra went deep to center on the second pitch he saw in the second inning. He's hit 5 homers on the year, 2 of them against Jesse Smith. 1-0 Hounds, top 4, man at first Stavisky. Doesn't run all that well. The stretch by Smith. And he'll throw over to first base to check on Stavisky, and he's back in. Stavisky, last year attempted 5 steals. He was caught all 5 times. If he's running, it may be a hit and run, but that really isn't part of the Midland repertoire. Stretch by Smith, and here's a pitch. Allegra lays off a curve in the dirt. Del Chiaro blocks it, and Stavisky has thoughts about going to second, but he holds. The Washington Nationals lead Milwaukee 4-2 at the top of the 5th inning. The Brewers, who were the exciting young team over the first month of the season, they have fallen 8.5 off the pace. They've dropped 5 in a row. Smith throws the first again. Stavisky back in easily. Cincinnati Reds got on top 9-0 at Houston after the first 3 innings. Houston scored a couple of runs, but it's 9-2 Cincinnati in the middle of the 5th at the juice box. A 1-0 to Allegra. Fastball strike down on the inside corner, 1-1. Brandon Phillips a home run for the Reds. Lance Berkman hit number 15 for the Houston Astros. The Chicago Cubs leading the Cardinals 2-0 in the 6th inning. Sean Marshall holding the Cards to 5 hits. Jock Jones a home run, his 10th for Chicago. 1-1, ground ball to the hole at short. Played by Wood deep in the hole, flips to second, gets the out. Stavisky forced out. Beautiful play by Brandon Wood, who continues to show more range than some people expect. I'm telling you, folks, Brandon Wood is a shortstop. He may not play short in the major leagues when he gets there, but if you watch him play short, he's got the range of a shortstop. 6-4 on the out. Allegra reaches on the fielder's choice. 1 out. 1-0 Midland in the 4th. Here's Melillo, the 8-hitter. Melillo singled between first and second in the 2nd inning. 1 out, 1 on. Allegra better speed than Stavisky. He's only taken a 3.5-step lead. Porter holding big hole at first base. Pitch on the way. Fouled in the air down the left side to the patio. And that is strike 1 on Melillo. Marlins and Rockies matching up at Coors Field. Top of the 3rd, 0-0. The L.A. Angels lead the Cleveland Indians 9-2 at the 8th inning. It looks like Jared Weaver should be a lock for his 2nd Major League win in his 2nd Major League start. And Weaver, by the way, made his final draft appearance in the championship series, pitching against Brad Ziegler, the starting pitcher tonight for Midland. Weaver went 6 1/3 innings before giving way to Kevin Gregg. Jared struck out 8 batters, walked 2, allowed 4 hits, and a pair of runs. Weaver in 2 games, a 1.35 ERA. Welcome to the Major Leagues, Jared Weaver. He's going to be here a while. 0-1 to Melillo. Low and inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Other former Travs involved in that one. Dallas McPherson is 1 for 3, 2 RBIs, 2 runs scored. He hit a home run, his 4th of the year. Sean Figgins, 1 for 2, an RBI. Henry Morales, 2 for 4. The pitch. Melillo takes a strike on the outside corner, 1-2. Mike Napoli starting as the catcher for the Angels, 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. We heard during our pregame interview with Bill Valentine, there are 6 members of the 2005 Arkansas Travelers that are not only with the Angels right now, but they're getting a lot of playing time. Weaver and Santana in the starting rotations. Napoli, Ibar, Murphy, and Morales amongst the starting 9. Smith delivers, and Melillo couldn't hold back in a check swing. Strikes out at a curveball, and that's number 3 for Jesse Smith. 2 away in the 4th inning for the 9-batter Ronnie Merrill. They'll still have Allegra at first base. Yankees over Baltimore 5-3. They're going into the 9th inning. Boston trails Detroit 2-1, also going into the 9th in the Motor City. Toronto 4, Tampa Bay 3 in the 8th. Texas trailing the White Sox 3-2 in the 5th inning in Chicago. Brad Wilkerson a homer, his 11th. So here's Merrill, who reached on an error in the 2nd inning. Throw over to first by Smith, sending Allegro diving back. Oakland A's battling Minnesota. That game will start in a little less than 20 minutes. A's 25-29, 3.5 behind Texas in the West. Minnesota 24-29, 11.5 back. And that strong American League Central. Throw to first again, and Allegra dives ahead of the throw. Kansas City and Seattle at Safeco Field tonight, 9:05 first pitch Central Time. Jamie Moyer was making about his, 1,000th career appearance against Keppel, making his first Major League start. Pitch to Merrill is a strike on the inside corner. He looks quizzically at our plate umpire and shrugs his shoulders as if to say, what? 0-1 the count on Merrill. 2 outs, man at first, 1-0 the Hounds in the 4th. Smith trying to pitch around the leadoff walk. The Nebraska native kick, deals, and it's hit in the air, shallow left field. Aaron Peel back a couple steps, comes back in those same 2 steps and makes the catch. Not much doing for the RockHounds in the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, 1 man left. 3.5 complete, heading to the bottom of the 4th. It's the RockHounds 1 and the Travelers nothing. It's Texas League Baseball on 550 KCRS and 1380 KZXE.
Want to buy a new car? Take a dream vacation, remodel your home, or finance just about anything? You can use the equity in your home to make it happen. Right now, Arkansas Federal Credit Union has a home equity line of credit with a 4-month fixed rate as low as 4.5% annual percentage rate with absolutely no fees. Plus, it's easier than ever to access your home equity loan using Arkansas Federal's Visa Platinum credit card. No checks, no hassles. Apply online at afcu.org or call 982-1000.
Coca-Cola, this is Mitchell. My friend's brother is a molecular biologist, and he was saying the only way you could have gotten Coke Zero to taste like the regular Coke was to engineer it in space. I would not know. Think about the whole zero factor, like zero gravity. It makes perfect sense. Zero is for the 0 calories. Stop pretending that you don't engineer Coke Zero in space. Can you do that? I wish I could speculate on that, sir. The next launch. I just want the time for the next launch.
Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste, 0 calories.
For 30 seasons, Jim Elder was the radio voice of the Arkansas Travelers. Fans knew him as the human encyclopedia of sports knowledge from baseball to horse racing to football. Jim knew it all, but Jim Elder was about much more than sports. He also loved to help kids, and that's why his friends and family started the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund. The fund helps organizations that teach kids about life through sports, like Park, RBI Baseball at Lamar Porter Field, the First Tee, Arkansas Sheriff's Youth Ranch, and kids clinics with the Arkansas Travelers. Jim Elder's legend will live on in Arkansas through the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund. See them online at jimelder.org.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
We're having a little technical problem. We will bring Phil out right back on KDXE.
Our website is designed to Immediate access to the stuff you hear on 550 AM.
No one fouls it deep. Goes for another strike. Owens to it. Pat Ziegler. 3 scoreless innings to the start of the game. Right on the outside corner. Boy, that ball looked like it had even a little knuckleball movement on it. So a quick strikeout of Wood. And that is the 4th strikeout for Brad Ziegler. 1-0 Midland, bottom 4. Apologize for getting on to the inning a little bit late. Phone line cut off. Here's Matt Brown standing in. Ziegler is on his game. Ball's been hit hard just a couple of times against him. Brown grounded out of the first to short. Steps out of the box. Brown, probably the slowest batter to get into a batter's box of the Crabs. Here's a pitch. Curve that got behind the catcher, ball 1. Brown followed by Matt Pauley. Ziegler has faced 12 batters, retiring 11 of them. 10 of them, including the last 3 in a row, 2 by way of strikeout. 1-0 to Brown. Look out, ducks underneath the pitch. Didn't have much velocity on it, but he still had to get underneath it. Ziegler, after throwing 3 straight strikes to Wood, has thrown 2 pitches that have been nowhere near the strike zone to Matt Brown. Brown, a .288 hitter, 7 homers. Ziegler's 2-0 pitch. Hit high in the air, right field, not deep. Savitsky drifts in a few feet and now makes the catch with a step to his left. 2 gone in the 4th. Crab's 5th batter, Matt Pauley, now coming up. Nightfall is settled into Central Arkansas completely. Pitch black all around us. It is a comfy, comfy night. Well, it might be a little bit humid, but we're used to it here. And here's a pitch to Matt Pauley. About 2 feet outside, ball 1. Pauley fly to left field in the 2nd inning. Here's Ziegler's 1-0 pitch. Chopper to first base. Colamarino waits for it. Scoops it up. He'll flip to Ziegler for the easy out. And Brad Ziegler throws only, 7 pitches in a 1-2-3 4th inning. And so we go to the top of the 5th inning after a rather quick and greased-up 4th. 1-0 Midland as you're listening to Texas League Baseball on 550 KCRS and 1380 KTXE.
My mother said, no daughter of mine is driving a truck. I'm an 18-wheeling, double-clutching lady truck driver. There's nothing else I'd rather be doing. BC powder is just trucker's best friend. My day starts at 4 a.m. and ends 12 hours later. Out here on the road, there's a million things that's happening at once. I take BC for stress headache, backache. I just can't pull over when my head's pounding. The reason I take BC is because it's fast and it works. I'm Carolyn from Asheboro, NC, and my pain reliever is BC.
AgPro knows your patient. You've had your eye on a certain green and yellow tractor for some time now. But here's a thought. Visit your local John Deere dealer for an innocent test drive. Sit in that yellow seat and feel that rugged quality. Then run the numbers. You may find you've underrated the value of a John Deere and overrated the value of patience. After all, nothing runs like a Deere. Test drive the John Deere of your choice today at AgPro Central Arkansas, 10504 Maumelle Boulevard, North Little Rock.
Of all the days of the week, it seems that Mondays are everybody's least favorite day. Well, the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette have a reason for baseball fans to look forward to Mondays. That's because Mondays are Democrat-Gazette family night here at the ballpark. You just pick up a copy of Monday's Democrat-Gazette, and you'll find a discount family ticket right there in the sports section. That's right. It's a coupon that admits the whole family for just $2 a person. Hey, Mondays don't sound so bad anymore.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Welcome back to Ray Winder Field. I'm Phil Elson with you from Little Rock as the Arkansas Travelers and the Midland RockHounds locking horns in Game 1 of a 3-game series. Tonight, midget wrestling night. And I'll tell you what, I'll hand it to the fans. Usually quite a few fans leave right after the midget wrestling fight, but looks like everybody is stuck around and enjoying a nice night of baseball here in Little Rock. Tomorrow, Painter's cap given away to the first 1,000 paid adults, courtesy of Coca-Cola. And then on Sunday, it's the Jim Eldergood Sport Fund presenting the second of 3 kids clinics on the field, beginning at 12:45 with the Traveler players and coaches. Jesse Smith, the Traveler starting pitcher, only allowed that home run in the second inning for the only run of the game to Matt Allegra. Here in the 5th, top of the order for the Hounds, Jed Morris stepping in 0 for 2. Corners up, and Morris takes a pitch low from Smith for a ball. Morris has flied to right and grounded to second. Brown, playing at the cut of the grass at third, backs up a step. Smith, the right-hander, winds up and deals a 1-0. And Morris takes a fastball for a strike outside corner. Morris is followed by Kurt Suzuki and then Travis Buck. Jesse's 1-1 to Morris. Is outside, ball 2. Morris out of Ripon, California, and the University of Nebraska, which is favorite team for Jesse Smith. The ground ball pulled to first. Easy play for Porter. He'll take it unassisted, and that's out number 1. Smith, who was a standout high school pitcher at Lincoln, Nebraska, wanted to play for the Cornhuskers and actually did go to the University of Nebraska, but was unable to pitch for the Huskers due to grade problems. Jesse said that it took him a while to grow up and appreciate a couple of things. A, the talent that he has, and B, the opportunity that was given to him by the talent to be a professional baseball player. And Jesse is, I think, not to take anything away from anybody else, but I think that Jesse Smith probably appreciates his standing in life more than most ball players. He really understands the opportunity he's been given by his talent. He's using the talent. Suzuki, the batter. Smith with a breaking ball for strike 1. Suzuki a double in the first and a fly to left field in the 3rd inning. Native of Maui. And a couple of couples up here in the press box that spent their honeymoon in Maui. Island of Love, 0-1 to Suzuki. Line drive past the mound, up the middle, a base hit. Suzuki 2 for 3. That'll bring up Travis Buck. Maui, also called the Valley Isle. I can remember my Hawaiian geography a little bit. Gorgeous island. If you can tell, it's where my honeymoon was. 1-0 Midland in the 5th. 1-out single by Suzuki was the 5th Midland hit. Trav's been held to only 2 base hits so far. A couple of singles by Brandon Wood and Dwayne Bacon. Here's Travis Buck, 0 for 2. Fly to left in the first, grounded to first in the 3rd. And Smith is ready. He'll step off. After Jesse was finished at Nebraska, he pitched for Illinois Valley Community College and also spent his off-season as a construction worker. He's ready, and he kicks, comes home. Buck takes low, ball 1. Just this last offseason, Smith was working for a fire water damage company. He's worked for electricians as someone who does a lot of the dirty work in the houses. Smith ready again. And a 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. Buck a swing, a grounder to second, could be 2. Rodlin to Wood for the first out. The relay, rack 'em up. 4-6-3, the Double B's Exxon double play brought to you by Double B's Exxon. Your official place for Tuesday night discount tickets at Ray Winder Field. Double B's Exxon available all across Pulaski County. Not much doing for the Hounds in the 5th. No runs, 1 hit, and nobody left. We're halfway through this ball game. Bottom of the 5th coming up. With the score, the Midland RockHounds 1 and the Arkansas Travelers 0. You're listening to Texas League Baseball on 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE.
You know, to become the best barbecue restaurant in Little Rock, it takes dedicated people like us here at the Pig and Dick that are willing to wake up with the pigs to make sure that we bring home the best of the best in them hogs. Now, it's not the job for everyone, but you got to do what you got to do to make sure that every day is the best dang hog day ever. And here at the Pig and Dick, it's always the best. We both cook our barbecues daily, making sure that it's lit, hugging good. Heck, we're known as the Great American Barbecue House here in Little Rock. We're also known around these parts as having the best dang catfish anywhere. So no matter what you're in the mood for, ribs, catfish, chicken, here at Pig and Tick, you'll always get the best meal in town. So come join us for lunch, dinner, or even let us cater your next event. Here at Pig and Tick, we take catering seriously, and we're going to make sure that your event is a huge success.
Pig in or pig out at Pig and Tick, located at 7824 JFK in Sherwood. Call us for takeout at 834-5456. And it's the same number for catering, 834-5456. Here at Pig and Tick, people start pigging out at 10:30 a.m. daily and don't stop till 9 p.m. Oh, by the way, did I mention the cafe?
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less selling Miller Lite. Miller can call. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Travs have been shut out over the first 4 innings by Brad Ziegler, 1-0 RockHounds. David Gates leads off inning number 5 for Arkansas. Ziegler starts him with a curve outside for ball 1. 5 in a row retired by Ziegler. Second streak of 5 in a row so far. 1-0 to Gates. And it's dropped by the catcher, and it even hit our plate umpire in the mask. A fastball coming up high, but our unnamed plate umpire is okay. 2-0 the count on Gates. He struck out in the second inning. 36th strikeout of the year for Gates in 28 games. Plate umpire straps his mask back on. Umpires have to be tough. Take it on the chin, take it on the mask. They'll come right back. Dangerous 2-0 count to the power-hitting David Gates with 4 homers on the year. Here's the pitch. Swing, and a bouncing ball foul towards that first row at third base. And no one is able to make the play. So Ty Boykin, the Traveler manager, comes over and he'll flip it into the crowd. Ty Boykin has a connection to both franchises in this series. Midland fans know him well as a former Midland Angel. 2-1 Gates, inside ball 3. Here in Little Rock, Boykin is known as the longtime manager of the Arkansas Travelers. 3rd year that Boykin has been the Travelers skipper. A 3-1 to Gates. Swing and a high fly, but very foul down the left field line. That goes way out of play. And Ziegler and Gates open up the 5th inning with a full count. Porter and Del Chiaro to follow. Ziegler hasn't walked anybody yet, and only 16 walks in over 60 innings now. The payoff to Gates, swing and a foul ball at the plate, dribbling back, and it's still 3-2. Boykin actually started his coaching career in Midland as a player coach. The 3-2 to Gates. Fly ball, shallow right, charging Savitsky, still coming. He'll slide and grab it. Somersault around and show the first base umpire the horse eye. Beautiful catch, robbing Gates of a leadoff single. There'll be a star in the book next to Brian Savitsky's name. 1 away, and that's 6 in a row set down by Brad Ziegler. Greg Porter coming up. Boykin actually didn't start as a manager with Arkansas. He's batting coach during the heinous 2002 campaign that saw the Travs go 51-89. By far their worst record since joining the Texas League. Porter, first pitch, fly ball, deep left center, but catchable. Travis Buck into the gap, and he grabs it. There's 2 away. Porter flat out to the track and left in the second. And he drove that ball good 380 feet to left center, but it was 20 feet too short to get to the fence. 7 in a row sent down by Ziegler to bring up Brent Del Chiaro. Midland 1 and the Travs nothing. Bottom 5. Ziegler starting to dominate a little bit. Del Chiaro popped up in the 3rd inning. 2 outs, nobody on, in a pitch on just a little outside, ball 1. Ziegler this season has now thrown 11 2/3 innings against Arkansas, allowing only 10 hits. The 1-0 fouled straight back, but it's not the hits that are more impressive. Ziegler has given up only 2 runs to Arkansas's offense over those 11 and 2/3 innings. And that is domination. A ball and a strike to Del Chiaro. Every once in a while, he'll come up with a home run. Here's the pitch. Check swing on a changeup. He went around. Strike two. Ziegler has had two perfect innings, the second and the fourth. A strike away from doing it again in the fifth. The 1-2 to Del Chiaro. Swing and a miss, same thing. Trying to hold back on the breaking ball, but followed across. And that is strikeout number 5 for Brad Ziegler. He has set down the last 9 Traveler batters, and actually 8 Traveler batters, and that'll send us into the 6th inning. Still 1-0 Midland. You're listening to Texas League Baseball on KCRS 550 and 1380 KDXE.
12 months of true high-speed internet for just $12.99 a month when you order. Okay. You'll be in the driver's seat, as long as you're not riding with Kirk. SBC is now the new AT&T.
For details of additional charges, restrictions, and requirements, call 1-866-416-6471 toll-free or visit att.com/office.
Beautiful old ballpark sitting right smack in the middle of Little Rock. Built in 1932 and showing its age this year. But this is a wonderful ballpark to come out and experience a baseball game. And any of you listening in Midland who are big baseball fans, you just have about 3 months left to come and experience a game at this spectacular yard, because it's the last season of baseball in Ray Winderfield's history. Final game he played on September the 3rd, and you'll want to be here for it if you can make it. Vasily Spanos leads off the 6th for Midland. RockHounds still holding on to that 1-0 lead. Jesse Smith fires, and Spanos hits a high fly ball into left field. Very catchable as Aaron Peel drifts in and makes the catch. The 1 pitch, 1 out. Spanos 1 for 3. Brand Colamarino will now stand in. Here's Colamarino, 0 for 2. Pittsburgh native who went to the University of Pittsburgh. And the blue that the RockHounds wear, it's the same blue that the Pitt Panthers wear. They're just missing the gold. Left-hand batter waiting. Smith pitch is down and in for ball 1. You're checking some Texas League scores here. Midland starting today, just a game and a half behind Corpus Christi for first in the South. Corpus Christi trailing Tulsa 6-4 in the 7th inning at Whataburger Field. Here's the 1-0. A ground ball off of first base. It goes way into right field. Picked up by Eric Rodland, but there's no play at first base. Colamarino reaches with a single, and he has the first base bag to thank for it not being a double. Without first base getting in the way of that ball, it was going to go all the way into the right field corner for an easy 2-base hit. So Colamarino collects his first base knock of the game. It's Midland 6. And now it'll be Brian Savitsky standing in. Into the Drillers leading the Hooks by 2, even though Tulsa has committed 4 errors in the ball game. That Driller ball club seems to be able to overcome a few deficiencies in pitching and fielding here and there. The Drillers are a pretty good baseball team. Here's Savitsky. Struck out in the second, walked in the fourth. Smith will set at the belt, pause, kick, deal. Savitsky looks at a strike. And considering Midland's reputation as a team that takes a lot of pitches and also walks a lot. I mean, the RockHounds have walked 235 times this year. No other Texas League team has walked up to 200 times. There's only been 1 walk in this game. And that was Savitsky in the fourth. Smith fires to first, but Colamarino's back. That says a lot about how Jesse Smith approaches his game. And also the fact that the Oakland A's, folks, they're not just about taking walks. They're about getting a pitch to hit and not getting yourself out, not wasting out. You can get a base hit on the first or second pitch. You don't have to take a bunch of them. 0-1 to Savitsky. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Back to those scores. Briscoe out in front of Springfield, 3-1, 7th inning. Kevin Richardson and Anthony Webster have gone deep. Webster's 5th home run, but it's his 4th homer and was now a 13-game hitting streak. Webster just crushed the ball here at Ray Winder over the previous 4 games. 1-1 pitch to Savitsky. Here it is. Into the dirt. Del Chiaro right on top of it, and it bounces in front, holding Colamarino at first base. 2 balls, 1 strike on Brian Savitsky. Midland leading 1-0 in the 6th inning. Travs have dropped 6 games in a row. It's their longest losing streak of the year. But it is also Arkansas's 6th losing streak of 4 or more games. Midland, meanwhile, when the Travs came into Citibank Park last week, Midland had lost 2 of 3 to Springfield, then dropped 2 in a row to the Travs, but they've been hot ever since. 2-1 pitch. A ground ball up the middle and into center field. Savitsky's first hit with the RockHounds this year is a 1-out single with Colamarino holding at second base. Here's Matt Allegra. It was Matt Allegra's home run in the second inning, which provided the RockHounds the only tally of this ball game thus far. Had to wait for Brent Del Chiaro and Smith to finish the chat on the pitcher's mound. Smith hadn't had 2 men on base in an inning since the second. And after Allegra's home run, Melillo singled and Merrill reached on a fielding error. So a critical spot for Jesse Smith. Colamarino at second base, Savitsky at first. Jesse trying to keep this a 1-0 ball game. Got a double play to end the 5th. Can he get another one here in the 6th? Rodland, the closest to second, holding on Colamarino. Backed away. Pitch. Allegra takes a fastball outside, 1-0. After the homer by Allegra in the second, he then reached on a fielder's choice to shortstop in the 4th, hitting it deep into the hole, but Allegra still proving to be a very tough out against the Arkansas Travelers. Smith, a long look for the sign. Into the stretch, and Del Chiaro sets up right down the pipe. The 1-0, a check swing, and the plate umpire said he went around. Strike 1. Still, you wonder the score in the Texas League. Wichita and San Antonio. That game is a 1-1 score in the 5th inning at Wichita. Runners out to the lead. Colamarino from second. Savitsky at first. Short all the way around. The 1-1 pitch from Smith. Allegra takes ball 2, missing low. RockHounds have bounced into 48 double plays on the year. Allegra, the fly ball hitter, has only hit into 1. 2 balls and a strike, 1 out. Here in the 6th inning, Midland leading 1-0. Stepping out of the box is Allegra. Jesse Smith slowing down the pace a little bit. It had a very fast pace over the previous 3 innings. Here comes Del Chiaro back out to the mound to talk with Jesse Smith. And it'll allow me to remind fans that tickets for the Texas League All-Star Game are still on sale here at Ray Winder Field. Texas League All-Star Game played in Little Rock on Tuesday, June 20th, brought to you by Arkansas Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Arkansas Travelers. Tickets are available for $8 box seats, all ages. General admission prices $6 for adults, $3 for kids 14 and under. No discount. Del Chiaro and Smith have figured out the situation. The stretch by Jesse and a 2-1 pitch to Allegra. Hit hard over third, a base hit. Charging on it, Aaron Peel. They'll hold Colamarino at third base as Peel's throw goes all the way to the plate. Del Chiaro fires to second, almost threw it away. Tried to throw behind Stavisky, who got back into second base as the throw came in. And Eric Roblin had to dig it out of the dirt to save a throwing error. So the base is loaded for Kevin Melillo. Melillo standing in left-hand batter with a chance to put the RockHounds ahead. Either 2-0 with a fly ball, 3-0 with a singler. Who knows? RockHounds have hit 2 grand slams this year, but Melillo is 0 for 6 when the bases are juiced. Traps play for 2 on the infield. Stretch, and the pitch from Smith is right outside. Ball 1, very close. Melillo, a single in the second, poked between first and second base. Smith struck him out of the 4th inning. 1 away, but 3 consecutive hits for the RockHounds. Colamarino, Stavisky, and Allegra the runners. The pitch outside. Another close call. Ball 2. Strike zone may be a little bit inconsistent tonight, folks. But remember, it's inconsistent both ways. Walking leads by the runners. Smith comes home a 2-0 pitch. There's a strike on the inside half. RockHounds are getting their 71st chance with the bases loaded this year. Conversely, the Travelers have loaded the bases just 28 times. The 2-1 to Melillo. Swing and a miss. It bounced away from Del Chiaro, but only 3 feet to the left. And on the second strike, the runners had to hold. 2 balls, 2 strikes. One nothing to Hounds. Top 6. Melillo half out of the box. Smith on the mound looking in. Perfect double play depth all the way around. Brown, Wood, Rodlin, and Porter across the infield. 2-2 pitch. In the dirt, blocked. A slider, and Del Chiaro had to jump to the right. And this situation has gone as far as it can. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The base is loaded. The most important pitch of the game coming up for Jesse Smith. Smith finding the sign. Del Chiaro's target goes right at the knees. Here it is. High, walked in a run. Just the second walk from Jesse Smith. But it forces in the second Midland run as Colamarino crosses the plate. And Melillo credited with his 21st run batted in. Out to the mound goes Traveler pitching coach Ken Patterson for his first visit of the night. Smith will face the bases loaded once again against a 9-hitter, Ronnie Merrill. And Merrill has a grand slam to his credit this year. Smith has given the Travs something they've been looking for, which is a start into the 6th inning. Yesterday, the bullpen had to enter in the 1st inning with just 1 out. Arkansas starting pitchers have had a tough time getting through 6 innings recently. Smith 2 outs away from getting the Travs to the plate in the bottom of the 6th. So we're going to get some action to the Arkansas bullpen shortly. Bobby Wilson, the usual starting catcher, makes his way with the gear strapped on down to the right field pen. Here's Merrill. Now, Merrill is not a power hitter. He's reached on an error, fly to left. He has one of Midland's 2 grand slams this year. Switch hitter batting left-handed. And it's shorter to right field here in Little Rock than it is to left. Smith from the stretch. Here's a pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1 with a fastball. Although Merrill has that grand slam, he's only 1 for 6 with the bases loaded. But a grand slam is equivalent of a touchdown in a 2-point play. Most runs you can get, so 0-1. Up high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Nothing changes a game more than a grand slam. Smith has given up 1 home run today, but as we mentioned earlier, for the most part, he'll keep the ball in the park. Third base, Zabisky, Allegra leading from second. Melillo off of first. 1-1 pitch. Merrill a swing and a foul straight back into the chicken wire net. And it's 1-2. On deck is Jed Morris. There isn't anybody warming up in the pen yet. Bullpen a little tired after working overtime yesterday. Smith checking third. At the belt. Here's the 1-2. Fouled it off. Good pitch right in the hand. But Merrill got a little piece of the handle and looped it into the third base seat. Midland scored their first run of the second on the Allegra solo homer. They bring home a run here in the 6th on the bases loaded walk to Melillo. A ball and 2 strikes from Smith to Merrill. The pitch, pop up on the infield. Nice job by Smith. Underneath it, Rodland. A step out into center. He makes the catch. And nobody will go anywhere. 2 outs to the top of the order, and Jed Morris. So at the moment, Smith keeps it at 2-0 Midland. 1 out to go to get through the 6th inning. Morris is 0 for 3 and still trying to extend that hit streak to 14. 23 hits over his last 13 games with just 4 RBIs, all coming on solo homers. Morris, with the bases loaded this season, is 0 for 3. Smith delivers the first pitch to the lefty, and he pops it up. Third base side, out of play. Now, Morris, he's having an outstanding year. His .342 batting average, while it is not amongst the league leaders, he doesn't have enough at-bats. He'll get that soon. He would rank second in the league. But Morris not coming through with clutch hits. Batting just .189 with men in scoring position. He's got 3 men on base at the moment. It's an 0-1 count. The pitch, inside, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kurt Suzuki on deck. Smith into the stretch, checks third. The kick, the delivery. Swing and a drive, deep right field. Gates looking up at the wall. Grand slam. Jed Morris, who had driven in just 6 runs all year on the 8 of 5 solo homers, hits a grand slam here in the 6th inning. 6-0 Midland. Second home run of the game for the RockHounds. Morris with his 6th of the year. And the RockHounds empty out of the dugout to celebrate that grand slam, their 3rd of the season. Still nobody warming up in the bullpen. But it seems that Jesse Smith has possibly reached his limit for the night. The bases loaded walk followed by the grand slam for Morris. And now Kurt Suzuki stands in. Suzuki 2 for 3 with a first inning double, a fifth inning single. Smith trying to recover. He winds and deals. Suzuki looks at a strike. It's the second grand slam allowed by the Travs this year. Alan Buckley has given up a grand slam earlier this season to the Tulsa Drillers. Here's the 0-1 to Suzuki. Swing a ground ball to short. Wood right there. Up with it. On with it to first. Side retired. But a rather large inning for the Midland RockHounds. 5 runs with 4 base hits. The big one, a grand slam by Jed Morris. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th inning with the score. The Midland RockHounds 6 and the Arkansas Travelers nothing. You're listening to Texas League Baseball on News Talk 550 KCRS and Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
An accident involving a large truck can cause a lot of damage. If you're injured, you need a law firm that knows what they're doing. And while facts differ and results vary, we got a verdict as large as $12.5 million in a single tractor-trailer case. Put this experience on your side. Call us at Gary Eubanks & Associates. We'll win your case, or you don't owe us a dime.
1, 2.
We're at the supermarket checking out shopping lists.
Oh, here's mine.
Let's see. Milk, cheese, yogurt, ding, ding, ding.
Oh, do I win?
Well, actually, you probably lose.
What?
Lose inches.
Oh.
These studies show that people following a proper reduced-calorie diet that included 3 servings of milk, cheese, or yogurt every day had better weight loss results and trimmed more from their waistline than if they just cut calories alone. So eat 3 cool, creamy servings of milk, cheese, or yogurt a day.
Wow, I consider that a win.
Have you had your 3 today?
Want to buy a new car? Take a dream vacation, remodel your home, or finance just about anything? You can use the equity in your home to make it happen. Right now, Arkansas Federal Credit Union has a home equity line of credit with a 4-month fixed rate as low as 4.5% annual percentage rate with absolutely no fees. Plus, it's easier than ever to access your home equity loan using Arkansas Federal's Visa Platinum credit card. No checks, no hassles. Apply online at afcu.org or call 982-1000.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
We come back to the bottom of the 6th inning. Travs now down by 6 runs. Brad Ziegler delivers, and Dwayne Bacon bunts it along the third base line. Bare hand by the third baseman, and Spanos fires and gets the out. Spectacular play by Vasily Spanos. If you charge a bunt with a man running with the speed of Dwayne Bacon, you have no margin for error. You bobble it, he's going to beat the throw. But all in one motion, Spanos fielded and fired and records the out. And so that's 9 in a row set down by Brad Ziegler, and that may have been the nicest play of the game. Spanos has made 2 outstanding plays at third base. Now it's Aaron Peel standing in, and Ziegler fires inside ball 1. Peel 0 for 2. He's grounded to short and lined to third. Eric Rodlin on deck. Ziegler winds, seals a 1-0. Swing a ground ball to short, and Merrill right there. Close to second base. He'll flip a little high, but Colamarino on the tiptoes brings it in. And that's out number 2. That's 2 extremely quick outs and just 3 pitches. So that is 10 in a row retired by Ziegler. The last Travs to reach was Dwayne Bacon with that infield single in the 3rd inning. Rodlin has struck out twice, swinging in the 1st, looking in the 3rd. Ziegler's pitch right down the middle for a called strike, 0-1. Ziegler has gone at least 6 innings his last 2 starts, winning one of them. That was against Arkansas 5 days ago, the 0-1. Rodlin takes a little bit outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ziegler's best outing of the season was May 7th, a 1-0 victory at home against Tulsa. 7 shutout innings, allowing just 4 hits. 1-1, Rodlin chops to the hole at second. It is through. A Two-out single snaps that streak at 10 in a row, set down by Brad Ziegler. And now Brandon Wood will come up. Midland still leading by a half dozen runs, 6-0. Ziegler going against his stat line, where his road ERA is 5 full runs higher than his home ERA, allowing only a 147 earned run average at Midland. It's over 6.5 when playing elsewhere in the league. But today, Ziegler must feel like he's at home. Pitch on the way to Wood, grounds it, foul, outside third. Wood 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. The thing is Ziegler is pretty darn close to home. Born in Pratt, Kansas, and lived most of his life in the Kansas City area, now making his home in Springfield, Missouri, where he played college ball. He was a college teammate of Travs reliever Bobby Zimmerman. Slider inside. Rodlin going for it second. Relays back to first, and the throw in time. Eric Rodlin went a third of the way to second base and then stopped. Jed Morris saw that. Flipped to first base. Rodlin went the wrong way, went back to first, and he is picked off 2-3 to end Arkansas's 6th inning. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left. 6 innings complete. 6-0 Midland. You're listening to the Texas League Baseball on 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE.
At one time or another, we all want to change the world in which we live, make it a better place. Introducing the new ITT Tech School of Criminal Justice. At ITT Tech, we now teach the fundamentals of the criminal justice system, along with the technology to help respond to and prevent crime. ITT Technical Institute School of Criminal Justice. Education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-ITT-TECH or visit us on the web.
You signaled your turn. You merged without cutting anyone off. You stopped because the light was red. Through rain and sleet, through dark of night, 365 and 1/4 days a year, you drive safely. Now, Allstate rewards you for being the hero you are. Introducing the Safe Driving Bonus. For every 6 months you don't have an accident, Allstate will give you an extra bonus. Actual cash off your renewal bill. That's on top of any discounts you've already received. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
Get Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance today. Call a local Allstate agent or 1-800-ALLSTATE. You can start earning your safe driving bonus the day you sign up. Features optional and subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Patent pending. Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Faithfully chronicling the Bush administration. KDXE Northbrook.
Got 6 innings in the scorebook at Ray Winder Field. Phil Elson with you in Game 1 of this 3-game series with the Midland RockHounds and the Arkansas Travelers. Simulcast tonight in Midland and in Central Arkansas. Your totals through 6 innings: the RockHounds 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors. Midland has stranded 5. Travs, no runs, 3 hits, 1 error. And Arkansas today, they're stranded 2 men. Jesse Smith returns for his 7th inning after facing 8 batters in the 6th and allowing a grand slam and 5 runs. But Michel Simard warming up in the bullpen. Travis Buck was the only RockHound batter not to come to the plate in the 6th inning. He's 0 for 3. Batting in the 3 hole, he leads off the 7th. Left-hander. And here's Smith rocking back and delivering a pitch, which is hit in the air in a shallow left center field. Aaron Peel and Dwayne Bacon converging. Center fielder Bacon will take over and bring it in for out number 1. Travis Buck 0 for 4 with an 8-game hitting streak on the line. Here's Vasily Spanos. Spanos 1 for 3, but he's made his presence felt mostly at third base in the field, robbing Matt Brown of a double down the third base line and making a spectacular play on a bunt by the center fielder Bacon. Spanos stands in, right-hand batter. tall stance, bat on their shoulder. Pitch, fastball, called strike one. Smith's trying to get through 7 innings. He's done that twice this year. The 0-1 pitch is in the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Ty Boykin is standing on the top step of the dugout at first base, and you can imagine if Smith gets into any more trouble, and Samard will come out of the bullpen to take over. Ty Boykin, I think, wants to use the bullpen as least as possible because they've been pitching so much recently. Wind up by Smith, 1-1 pitch. Spanos goes after a curve, misses with a wild swing, strike 2. Nobody on for Spanos. Smith's 1-2 pitch. Swing, a grounder foul towards Vaughn Hayes in the third base coach's box to see if Vaughn flips into the crowd. He will. Vaughn Hayes, very quiet fellow. Good baseball guy. Flips it into the crowd, and instead of the kid he was flipping it to getting it, some adult did, and he quickly says, make sure you give that to the kid. Otherwise, the entire bleacher section will pelt him with peanut shells. Out of the box goes Spanos. Plate umpire takes a look into the bleachers. The bleachers, folks, that is a rowdy spot, especially on midget wrestling night. 1-2 pitch. Swing and another along the third base line. Smith tries to make the play but bobbles it. Spanos is safe at first, no throw. Long way for Jesse to go off the mound to try to make that play. It'll be a base hit for Spanos, the 10th of the night for the RockHounds. Jesse had to go about 3 feet off the third base line. And with Brown not guarding against a little squibber or a possible bunt, there was really no play. So Spanos' second hit. Here's Brant Colamarino. Colamarino struck out and fly to left in his first 2 at-bats, but then started that 5-run rally in the 6th with a 1-out single off of first base. Pitch 1 is ball 1, missing low. 6-0 Midland. And now the Hounds are out hitting Arkansas 10-3. Samard has stopped throwing in the pen. He watches his right hand on his hip. A 1-0 from Smith is outside. 2 balls, no strikes to Brant Colamarino. Off of first is Spanos. Short lead with a 6-run lead. The pitch outside, ball 3. Spanos now only a step off of first base as the 3-0 to Colamarino misses high, and it's the 3rd walk from Jesse Smith to bring up Brian Savitsky. Boykin out of the dugout. We're going to have a pitching change. Smith had 5 very strong innings, but ran out of gas in the 6th, and I think it showed here in the 7th inning as well. So Boykin will make the pitching change as Michel Samard will take it over for the time being. Call to the bullpen brought to you by the new AT&T. Talk, surf, watch, go, and save. Do it all and get it all with services from the new AT&T, your world delivered, and that includes free wireless internet here at Raywinder Field for the remainder of the season. Just bring your wireless PDA or wireless laptop out to the ballpark, ask for the coupon at the Raywinder Field box office, and get that coupon for free wireless internet access brought to you by AT&T Wi-Fi. Jesse Smith walks off the field to some applause. Samard enters the game. We'll take a 60-second break and return with Midland leading 6-0 in the 7th inning here on KCRS 550 and 1380 KDXE.
Kirk Woolsey, we happen to know that you are the world's worst backseat driver, which means, Kirk, that you like to be in control. So check out ATT.com. You can see all our best deals, like 12 months of true high-speed internet for just $12.99 a month when you order online. If you switch from your old cable company, you can get 3 months free. And with AT&T Account Manager, you can see your account activity, ad services, all in one place. So that's Kurt's world, right? If ATT.com can deliver online control to him, it can do the same for you. Switch to the new AT&T at ATT.com, and you'll be in the driver's seat. As long as you're not riding. Your world.
Michel Simard enters the ball game here in the 7th inning with 1 out and 2 men on base. Suzuki will be coming up to the plate with Simard continuing to warm up. Batter attendance announced is 4,168, which is the largest non-opening day, non-Screaming Kids Day game at Raywinder Field this year. For those of you who don't know, Screaming Kids Day is better known as School Kids Day. And you get about 6,000 screaming kids and their screaming teachers out here. And 4,168. That's a nice night here at Raywinder on a Friday. Be a nice night on a Saturday too. So it's 6-0 Midland, and Michel Simard enters to replace Jesse Smith. We'll get to the numbers on Simard in just a moment. Tall right-hander out of Quebec City. Simard made just 1 appearance at California League before coming up to Double-A. This will be appearance number 15. Here's Suzuki, single to center. He's walked and struck out. Pitch to the lefty is a strike on a Simard breaking ball. When we last saw Simard, he started Game 2 of the doubleheader against Frisco on Tuesday and gave up 6 runs on 9 hits in just an inning and a third. At second base, Spanos and Cola Marino at first. Simard gives a runner a look at second and comes home with a fastball outside. 1-1. Simard 0-1 record, 6.28 ERA. Batters hitting .315 against him. They're trying to keep this a 6-run ball game. Only 1 out to work with. The 1-1 to Suzuki is low and outside, ball 2. So Smith goes 6 in the 3rd inning. Allows 10 base hits. As of now, 6 runs, all earned, and responsible for Spanos and Cola Marino. Smith walked 3, struck out 3, and gave up a pair of homers. The 2-1 pitch. Ball 3, low and inside. Simard has walked 13 in 28 and 2/3 innings, striking out 22, 4 home runs. Does have some trouble keeping the ball low. And falling behind Suzuki, 3 balls and a strike. The guy has power at Double-A. Here's the pitch. Swing, a line drive, base hit to right field. Gates got a great jump on the ball, and the runners will hold Spanos at third, and they're loaded up for the 3rd time for Midland. Here's Matt Allegra. RockHounds already put the game not quite out of reach. The Travs can come back from down 6. They've done it before. But if Midland explodes here in the 7th, they nighty-night. Allegra 2 for 3. Homer to center in the 2nd. A fielder's choice to shortstop in the 4th, and a single to left field in the 6th. Simard will go from the stretch. Infield double play depth. Pitch goes into the dirt, but Del Chiaro blocks it. Ball 1. Allegra 1 for 5 of the bases loaded this year. The RockHounds have already hit 1 grand slam tonight. Jed Morris turned the trick in the 6th inning. Here's the 1-0 from Samard. A fastball on the inside corner. A called strike makes it 1-1. Spanos at third. He hit an infield single to get this going. Colamarino walked on 4 pitches. He's at second. Savisky at first after the base hit. 1-1 pitch. Check swing. A called strike over the outside corner. 1-2. Allegra's driven in 19 runs this year. 2 of them with the bases loaded. The stretch, the 1-2 pitch from Samard. Swing and a miss. Got him with a breaking ball. A lot of movement on that pitch from Michel Samard. Two away. Here's Kevin Melillo. Melillo getting his second chance in 2 innings with the bases loaded. Smith forced in a run in the 6th inning, walking Melillo, which brought home Colamarino. Melillo a single, a strikeout, and a walk, left-hand batter. Here's a pitch from Samard, a little off the outside corner, ball 1. Six runs on 11 hits for Midland. No runs on 3 hits for the Travs. Not a great night for Arkansas's ball club. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, a fly ball, hit well, straightaway center. Dwayne Bacon sprinting back at the track, reaches up and makes the catch. And that'll strand the bases loaded, so Samard works out of the jam. No runs, 2 hits, 3 men left. We'll stretch him at Ray Winter Field. 6-0 Midland. You're listening to Texas League Baseball on 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE.
10. On June 10th, that's when the Indy Racing League returns to Texas Motor Speedway for the Bombardier Learjet 500 under the lights for the 10th consecutive season. Reserve your seats now to see your favorite drivers go wheel to wheel around the 1.5-mile oval with speeds over 200 miles per hour. Be there to see if it'll be another amazing finish like this one from 2003.
It looks like Canaan by a nose. Now Hunter pulls up even as they enter turn number 3. So this is it, the final shootout. Twin checkers in the hand of Brian Howard. It looks like Allinger Jr.'s got the edge. He will take the checkered flag. Allinger Jr. has won at Texas Motor Speedway.
Could it be Dan Weldon, Tony Kanaan, Sam Hornet Jr., or Danica Patrick in victory lane at the Bombardier Learjet 500 on June 10th? Get your seats now by calling 817-215-8500 or visiting TexasMotorspeedway.com. Texas Motor Speedway, celebrating 10 years strong.
Do you have an interest in broadcasting, enjoy baseball, and are looking for a part-time job opportunity? Well, maybe we have what you're looking for. KDXE AM 1380 is the home for Arkansas Travelers Baseball, and we need to add to our staff of board operators for Travelers games. Your responsibility will involve the process of putting Arkansas Travelers games on the air. The work schedule includes weeknights and weekends shared with other staff board operators. No experience in broadcasting is necessary, and learning our system for game broadcast is easy. If you're interested, give us a call at 501-221-1380. That's 501-221-1380.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Bottom of the 7th inning, and the Travs down by 6. Still haven't scored a run. Arkansas has been shut out 1 time this year. Brad Ziegler comes on for the 7th inning, working on a 3-hitter. Brandon Wood at the plate, swing and a miss on a slider on Ziegler's first pitch. Ziegler over 6 innings has held Arkansas to 3 hits. He has struck out 5, walked none. Wood, 1 of the hits, coming in the first, a single to left. The 0-1 pitch is low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike on Wood, followed by Matt Brown and Matt Pauley. We're seeing the best of Brad Ziegler today. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Wood. Swing, a high drive, deep left field. Look at that one go. It is over the scoreboard. A majestic, arcing, high fly ball over the Ray Winter Field scoreboard onto Rick's Armory, which is about 60 feet past the left field wall. Folks, Brandon Wood just hit a baseball at least at least 460 feet. There are mouths agape on that home run from Brandon Wood. Matt Brown will now stand in, and a curveball outside, ball one. There's no moon out tonight, folks, but that one was a moonshot. That one was at least 50 feet over the scoreboard. Did that go 470? Here's a 1-0 to Matt Brown. Inside, ball two. Yeah, it only counts for one run, but holy cow, what a run. 11th home run of the season for Brandon Wood and his second on the homestand. There's a good chance, folks. That may have been the longest home run in 6 years here in Little Rock. 2-0 to Brown, almost hit him. And he backs away from a Ziegler fastball at 3-0. You look at Brandon Wood, you would not expect to see prodigious power like that. Here's the 3-0 to Brown. And low and outside, ball four. So Ziegler hadn't allowed a run coming into the seventh. Hadn't walked anybody. Two batters. All of that's falling by the wayside. Wood follows, leads off with definitely one of the two longest home runs in Travelers Angels history. And then Brown walks on 4 pitches. So here comes Paulie to the plate. RockHounds don't have anybody warming up the bullpen yet. I mean, Ziegler could, if this is the toughest spot for him in the game, he's still throwing a fantastic ball game. Here's Paulie. Fly to left in the second, grounded to first base in the fourth. He's 0 for 2. And a pitch from Ziegler outside, ball one. Morris will walk the ball out to Ziegler, who has just allowed his 11th home run of the year. There goes Jim Kaufman, the Midland pitching coach, for a visit as well. Let's check how that game in Corpus Christi is doing. With Midland just a game and a half behind the hook, the chance that the Hounds could get within a half game. It is a final score. Tulsa wins it 11-4, and the Drillers scored 5 runs in the 9th inning to put a final stamp on that one. And not only does that help Midland, but Frisco overcame Springfield 5-1, which means that we've got a new first-place team in the North. Tulsa by 1 game over Springfield as the Cardinals drop their 3rd straight, losing 5-1 at the Giant soda bottle. Paulie stepping back into the plate. Kaufman into the dugout. The count 1-0. Big lead by Brown. Pitch. Paulie pops it up. Third base, foul ground. Spanos has room in front of the warning track. He makes the catch. One away now for David Gates. 2 home runs by the Drillers in that shellacking of Corpus Christi. And Joe Kashansky hit his 13th. Shortstop Troy Tulowitzki hit number 7. Better game at Wichita. 3-1 Wranglers in the 5th inning. Throw to first base. Back in there is Brown. 1 out, 1 on for Gates. Crabs down by 5. Gates is struck out and slide to right field. Here's a pitch. Swing, a foul straight back as he tried to hit that one on Rick's Armory as well. Ballpark really quieting down here. Ziegler is ready at the stretch. The 0-1 pitch up behind Morris. A wide slider all the way to the back screen. Morris has to chase it all the way to the third base dugout. Brown makes the turn at second and will hold a third of the way. One ball, 1 strike on David Gates. That is just the second wild pitch all year for Ziegler. Plate umpire dusts off the plate. And it looks like Midland is ready to get some action in the bullpen. Brown at second. Long look for Ziegler at the sign. He accepts it. Check second base twice. Here's the 1-1. Gates a check swing and a looper foul into the general admission seats in the first base stand. Warming up in the Midland bullpen is Garrett Burton, hard-throwing righty. Gates may have had a good pitch to swing at there, but held back and fouled it off. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Second strikeout of Gates, and that is number 6 for Brad Ziegler. Second time Gates down swinging on a curveball. Greg Porter has slid out to left field twice, once into the left field corner at the track and the other time into the gap. Pitch. Strike 1 on the low inside corner. Porter with just 7 hits in his last 45 at-bats. Trying to break a little slump, the 0-1. Strike 2, same spot, inside corner. Travs down by 5, 6-1. Got a duck on the pond at second base. But it's 0-2 on Porter. Ziegler deals. Way outside. A changeup, nowhere near the plate. If Porter's able to drive in Brown, Travs may gain a little bit of momentum, trailing by 4 with 2 innings to go. Or perhaps Ziegler could make another mistake as he did on the 1-1 to Wood, which ended up in Tennessee. 1-2 pitch to Porter. Swing, a foul straight back. Ziegler took something off the fastball and put it on the outside half. Porter got a piece of it on the tip, and it went straight back into the net. Ziegler and possibly his final inning of work. He's thrown around 80 pitches. Checking second, and the 1-2 to Porter. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a curveball. Nice pitch by Brad Ziegler. If that's the final batter he faces, they'll finish with 7 strikeouts in 7 innings. The Travs get 1 run on the moonshot long ball by Brandon Wood, but that is it. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 left. 7 innings complete. We'll go to the 8th. Midland RockHounds 6, Arkansas Travelers 1. This is Texas League Baseball on 550 KCRS and 1380 KTXE.
Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Apollo 13. Great films known for their award-winning special effects. To create the magic, Hollywood hires companies like Industrial Light and Magic. Industrial Light and Magic hires imaginative people like Aaron Sowell. Before he was a master of special effects, he was a media communications student at Webster University in St. Louis, where his talent took off. Today, he inspires the imagination at DreamWorks FKG. I'm Bob Costas, member of the board of Webster University. All Webster campuses around the world share the same belief. Education is more than just a degree. It's real knowledge for real-world success.
That's hitting on the way, and you can catch the Travs online at www.travs.com. The Arkansas Travelers have one of minor league baseball's most user-friendly websites with easy access to Travs game stories, up-to-date stats, and Texas League standings. You'll be informed about the Travs online at travs.com. Purchase tickets, Travs souvenirs, listen to the game. Hey, if you could buy hot dogs and popcorn on the website, it'd be like coming to the old ballpark. See us online, www.travs.com.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Coming on for the 8th inning at Ray Winder Field. 6-1 Midland over Arkansas. Bill Elson with you on 2 frequencies today and the internet. And I'd like to wish a hello to all of the RockHounds front office members that may be tuning in. Appreciate your friendliness whenever I make that trip over to Citibank Ballpark. Now, if you could just do something about that darn train horn. It would make my travels to Midland much better, but something tells me I'll hear that train horn again when we come in there in August. Ronnie Merrill leads off the eighth. First pitch from Michel Simard is grounded on the right side, and a slide and grab by Roslin throws the first quarter split, and out recorded 4-3. Nice play by Roslin, taking that grab about 5-7 feet in shallow right field. And so on one pitch, Merrill now 0 for 4. Jed Morris stands under the plate, nobody on base. Last time Morris batted, the bases were loaded and he cleared them with a grand slam. And that made a 2-0 game, 6-0, and the Travs got their lone run on Brandon Wood's leadoff homer in the 7th. Here's a pitch from Simard, and Morris pops it in a shallow left close to the foul line. Aaron Peel gets underneath it, stops, and makes the catch. 2 pitches, 2 outs. Here's Kurt Suzuki. For those Angels Travs fans who keep tabs on Jared Weaver, he won his second game. Angels beat Cleveland 9-3. Dallas McPherson, Vlad Guerrero, and Garrett Anderson all went deep. And Jared Weaver went 6 1/3 innings, struck out 8, allowed 2 runs on 4 hits. And Weaver 2-0 with a 1.35 ERA in 2 Major League starts. Kurt Suzuki stands in 2 for 4, double and a single. Pitch from Simard, a fastball, strike 1. We have not seen a perfect inning thrown by a Traveler pitcher today. And we saw just one of them yesterday. The pitch, line drive to right center, base hit, so much for the perfect inning. Dwayne Bacon able to cut it off after overrunning the ball. He had to reach behind his body and barehand it. Suzuki with his 3rd base hit of the game. And that is Midland's 12th. Here's Travis Buck. Buck is one of just 2 RockHounds who have not reached with a base hit today. Midland, who collected 34 base hits in the final 2 games against Arkansas last week, will 12 more hits today in just 8 2/3 innings. First pitch up high, ball 1 to the left-handed Buck. And taking that even a little bit further, Briscoe had 59 hits over the 4-game series, which they left Ray Winder Field with a sweep. So here on this homestand, the Travelers have played 5 games. They've allowed 71 hits. The pitch to Buck, a strike on the inside corner. It's an average of about 14 hits per game. The 1-1 to Buck is fouled on the ground. One thing for certain, no matter how hard the Travelers play in the field or how many hits they collect at the plate, they will not start winning ball games until they get more consistent pitching from both sides, starting and relieving. 1-2 to Buck. Foul ball in the air. Out of play left side. And the Travelers did get a decent start from Jesse Smith over his first 5 innings. Only allowed 1 run. But with the Arkansas bullpen a little bit overworked over the last week, Smith had to come back for the 6th inning because his pitch count was so low. And that plan did not work out. The 1-2 to Buck. Base hit into right field on a line drive over Greg Porter. Suzuki holding his second as David Gates comes up throwing to the infield. Over through Brandon Wood, but it's backed up by Brown at 3rd. And that is 13 hits for the RockHounds. Travis Buck with his first of the night. Now Vasily Spanos comes up. First and second for Spanos. He's 2 for 4. This will be his second chance for a run batted in. Spanos was the final batter of the first inning, leaving Suzuki at second base. Samard leaning in. He is allowed 3 hits to 7 batters faced. 6-1 RockHounds here in the 8th inning. Still a ball game. Samard must keep them off the scoreboard here in the 8th if the Travs are going to have any shot. Burton begins to throw in the Midland bullpen for the second time. Spanos just hovering over the plate. Samard takes the sign and deal. Swing, a foul back, strike 1. Spanos taking a mighty hack. And they're kind of doing a tiptoe dance across the plate. Spanos does not get cheated when he takes a swing. And Spanos is kind of holding on to his left lower back as he steps back in. And he may have tweaked something. Samard walks to the backside of the mound. Had to wait for that ball to get tossed back into the dugout. Spanos will step back in. He does look a little bit tender with that back, a little cautious. You see someone with their back hurt, you bust them inside. Here's the 0-1. A foul ball in the air over first. That'll get to the roof. Strike 2 on Spanos. Midland tallied the first run of the game on a Matt Allegra homer in the second. Scored 5 times in the 6th. Bases loaded walk for Melillo. Grand slam by Morris. Only traveler run came on Brandon Woods' leadoff homer in the 7th. 0-2 to Spanos. In the dirt. Blocked by Del Chiaro. Runners hold. Ball 1. Slowly but surely, every concession stand will start to close at Ray Rinder Field now, and any minute now, I expect to hear the dollar specials on PBR. We've already had them. Well, that's actually a little earlier than expected. 1-2 pitch to Spanos. Foul straight back. All right, did they discount pizza yet? Pizza has not been discounted. Usually pizza goes first, then the PBR. We might be a little short on supply of the PBR today. 1-2 pitch, up high, 2-2. Yes, folks, that may be what the broadcast has come to these days. The Travs not playing much winning baseball, so we keep track of all the sales at Ray Rinder Field now. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Spanos. Runners out to the leads as Samard checks second and comes home. Foul ball again. Straight up back this way. Hits the roof. One of these days, one of those pop-ups is going straight through the roof, folks. Hopefully no one's here to see it. Two out, 2 on for Spanos. He and Samard locked up in the longest sequence of pitches in this game. This will be the 7th. Here it is. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a sinking fastball to get out of the 8th inning. So Samard gives up no runs. 2 hits, 2 men left. And we'll come to the bottom of the 8th inning. Midland will go to the bullpen. Jared Burton making his way onto the field. Midland 6, Arkansas 1. You're listening to Texas League Baseball on 550 KCRS and 1380 KTXE.
Coca-Cola, this is Mitchell. My friend's brother is a molecular biologist, and he was saying the only way you could have gotten Coke Zero to taste like the regular Coke was to engineer it in space.
I would not.
Oh, no, but think about the whole zero factor, like zero gravity. It makes perfect sense.
Zero is for the 0 calories.
Just stop pretending that you don't engineer Coke Zero in space. Can you do that?
I wish I could speculate on that, sir.
The next launch. I just want the time for the next launch.
Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste, 0 calories. What if there were no bad drivers? What if everyone always followed the speed limit? What if 10-car pileups didn't exist? In a world like that, we'd all be better off. It's why Allstate is introducing 2 incentives to drive safe. For every 6 months you don't have an accident, you'll get cash off your renewal bill with a safe driving bonus. And for every year of safe driving, you'll get $100 off your deductible with deductible rewards. Another year, another $100 off, up to $500. But it's not just about saving money. Safe driving also saves lives. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
Get Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance today. Call a local Allstate agent or 1-800-ALLSTATE. You can get $100 off your deductible the day you sign up. Features are optional and subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Deductible rewards apply to collision coverage. Patent pending. Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company and Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
For 30 seasons, Jim Elder was the radio voice of the Arkansas Travelers. Fans knew him as the human encyclopedia of sports knowledge from baseball to horse racing to football. Jim knew it all, but Jim Elder was about much more than sports. He also loved to help kids, and that's why his friends and family started the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund. The fund helps organizations that teach kids about life through sports, like Park, RBI Baseball at Lamar Porter Field, the First Tee, Arkansas Sheriff's Youth Ranch, and kids clinics with the Arkansas Travelers. Jim Elder's legend will live on in Arkansas through the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund. See them online at jimelder.org.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Coming into the 8th inning, and the RockHounds make their first pitching change of the night. Right-hander Jared Burton replaces the starter. Brad Ziegler goes 7 innings. And the RockHounds gave him a 6-1 lead, so Ziegler in line for what would be his 5th win of the year. Brent Del Chiaro leads off the 8th against the hard-throwing Burton. And he'll miss low and inside with a first pitch slider. A lot of sliders from Burton, and it has a lot of movement. Burton appearing in his 21st game in the Texas League. He's 4-0 with a 3.42 ERA. A 1-0 pitch. Dell a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brent is 0 for 2. Popped up and struck out. Dwayne Bacon on deck, and then the top of the order with Aaron Peel. Burton's home with a 1-1. Swing and a miss. Too heavy with a fastball. Strike 2. Burton stands 6'5", weighs 224. 1-2 to Del Chiaro is just a skosh low, ball 2. Burton kicks, 2-2 pitch, and Del Chiaro brought the bat in and got a little piece of the ball, fouled into the ground. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Burton with a big head of curly blonde hair with a 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss on a high fastball. 3rd consecutive traveler to strike out, and Del Chiaro is 0 for 3. Now Dwayne Bacon comes up. That is the 31st strikeout for Burton in just 26 2/3 innings. He looks like an intimidating reliever. Tall, hard stuff. Pitch to Bacon. Outside, ball 1. There's something about big relievers with a lot of hair that just kind of makes them a little bit more intimidating. The 1-0 to Bacon. Fouled off in the air over 3rd. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Not that Burton looks like a scary individual. I think if you ran into him in a dark alley, you probably wouldn't be too frightened. But on the mound, something else. 1-1, pulled foul outside first. Big chopper that Keith Johnson is able to play backpedaling. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Bacon. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. That's 4 straight strikeouts for the RockHound pitching staff. They've whipped 9 Arkansas batters. And Bacon, the second out of the inning, is now 1 for 3. To the top of the Arkansas order with Aaron Peel, 0 for 3. And Burton delivers from the line. Peel fouls it back, strike 1. The first time the Travs saw Jared Burton in that 12-inning game on May 25th. One of only 2 wins for the Travs over the last 2 weeks. Burton gave up the game-winning homer to Bobby Wilson in Midland. The 0-1 is low and outside, 1-1. And in that sequence, Wilson was expecting a heavy dose of breaking pitches, got them, hammered a 3-run shot. 1-1 to Peel, a little liner foul down the right side, and it's 1-2. Burton will try to make it 5 consecutive strikeouts for the RockHounds staff. He steps back and delivers. Pop up, first base side, and into the seats. Colamarino giving chase, but that's 10 rows deep. Oh, goodness, a fan that brought his glove dropped it. Why even bring the leather? Probably try to catch that for his son, and some other kid gets it. 1-2 to Peel. Fouled straight back. Kids, I got a hint for you. If you ever go to a baseball game and you bring your glove, remember, it's your glove. If your dad asks for it to catch a foul ball, he ain't going to catch it. You catch it. It's your glove, your ball. 1-2 to Peel. Pop up, third base side, foul ground, and just over the visiting dugout. I can say that as the truth. It happened to me as a kid, too. You bring your glove, you use your glove. No one on for Peel. 2 outs in the 8th. Travs down by 5. Burton deals. Fly ball to right field and deep by Peel. Stavisky, however, room in front of the warning track, and he brings in out number 3. Down goes Arkansas in order against Jared Burton. He strikes out 2, and then Peel flies to right. 8 innings complete heading into the 9th. With the score, the Midland RockHounds 6 and the Arkansas Travelers 1. You're listening to Texas League Baseball on 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE.
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try to light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less selling Miller Lite. Miller. Good call. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
AgPro knows you're patient. You've had your eye on a certain green and yellow tractor for some time now. But here's a thought. Visit your local John Deere dealer for an innocent test drive. Sit in that yellow seat and feel that rugged quality. Then run the numbers. You may find you've underrated the value of a John Deere and overrated the value of patience. After all, nothing runs like a Deere. Test drive the John Deere of your choice today at AgPro Central Arkansas, 10504 Maumelle Boulevard, North Little Rock.
Of all the days of the week, it seems that Mondays are everybody's least favorite day. Well, the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette have a reason for baseball fans to look forward to Mondays. That's because Mondays are Democrat-Gazette family night here at the ballpark. You just pick up a copy of Monday's Democrat-Gazette, and you'll find a discount family ticket right there in the sports section. That's right. It's a coupon that admits the whole family for just $2 a person. Hey, Mondays don't sound so bad anymore.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Chugging on into the 9th inning here at Ray Winder Field. The Arkansas Travelers trailing the Midland RockHounds by a score of 6-1. Phil L. with you throughout the broadcast. I'd like to thank the folks at KCRS for picking up our feed on KDXE. We'll be with you tomorrow and Sunday. And again, a hearty welcome to the folks in Midland and Odessa listening in on News Talk 550. And of course, hello to all our fans here in Central Arkansas listening in on Air America, Little Rock, 1380. 6-1 Midland. Michel Samard back on the mound in the 9th. Isn't giving up a run over an inning and 2/3. Brant Colamarino is the only batter he hasn't faced. A pitch missing outside for ball 1. Samard entered in the 7th inning with 2 on and 1 out. He would allow a single but get through the bases loaded situation and stranded 2 more men in the 8th. The 1-0 is outside. Colamarino a 2-0 count. He's 1 for 3. singled in the 6th inning to start the rally with a base hit off of first base. Walked in the 7th. The 2-0 check swing foul ball to the net behind the plate. 2 balls and a strike. The only other game still in progress in the league at Wichita. The Wranglers 3 and the Missions 1 in the 8th. Finals, Corpus Christi falls to Tulsa 11-4. Springfield loses at Frisco 5-1, and so Tulsa leapfrogs over the Cardinals for first place in the North Division. And Midland, at the moment, just 1 game out. They hold on to this 5-run lead of the ninth. The Hounds will be just a half game out. Here's Samart 2-1. Cole Marino takes outside ball 3. Any other finals in the majors? Cincinnati roughs up the Houston Astros 14-3. Wandy Rodriguez gave up 8 runs over the first 2 innings as Cole Marino popped the pitch foul out of play. Full count to start the 9th inning. Aaron Harang, the winner, a former RockHound pitcher, 6-4. Saw Harang pitch for the Hounds in 2001 before the trade to Cincy. Yankees beat Baltimore 6-5. Kyle Farnsworth got the win after allowing 2 runs in the 8th to allow Baltimore to tie it at Camden. 3-2 pitch, ball 4, and bounces away from Brent Del Chiaro, goes behind him, and it ended up rolling out of play. So the leadoff walk putting Cole Marino aboard for the 3rd time, and this will bring up Brian Stavisky. Mentioned the Angels beat the Indians 10-3. Former Trav Dallas McPherson hitting his 4th home run. Jared Weaver picked up a win in his 2nd start. He's 2-0. Boston beat Detroit 3-2. Kevin Youkilis a 2-run homer off Todd Jones in the 9th inning. Rudy Cian has got the win. The homer by Youkilis was his 6th of the year. Jonathan Papelbon came on for his big league high 20th save. Lefty Stavisky is 2 for 3 with a walk. And Samard's curveball is inside ball 1. Look at the Toronto Blue Jays. They had a tight game at Tampa Bay. They were leading 4-3 going into the 9th inning, and then Toronto explodes for 9 runs in the 9th inning, and they win 13-4 at the Devil Rays. Samard's 1-0 is low to Stavisky, ball 2. Russ Johnson had 2 home runs for the Jays. Shea Hillenbrand hit his 8th. Russ Branyan, number 6 for the D-Rays. And in about a couple of years, they won't be the D-Rays. They'll just be the Rays. 2-0 pitch to Stavisky. And it's low, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Mets and Giants postponed at Shea, doubleheader tomorrow. Arizona and Atlanta postponed as well. And that'll be a day-night doubleheader tomorrow at Turner Field. Here's the pitch, and it's a strike, 3-1. Rain delay at Pittsburgh, San Diego leading 7-0. Mike Piazza and Brian Giles have homered. Washington about to finish off Milwaukee 10-4 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning. Samard's 3-1 pitch. Stavisky a swing and a line drive to right. Gates is there to grab out number 1. Texas over the White Sox, bottom 9, 4-3. Brad Wilkerson a home run for the Rangers. Oakland is up on Minnesota, 1-0 in the 7th inning. Frank Thomas is homered for the 3rd straight game, his 13th. Kirk Saarloos working on a 2-hitter through 6 innings. Former RockHounds in that game. Nick Swisher 0 for 3. Bobby Crosby 0 for 2. And that's it. Number 7 batter Matt Allegra stands in, and Allegra 2 for 4 with a home run back in the 2nd inning to start all the scoring. Samard delivers outside, ball 1. Midland 6, the Travelers 1. Top 9, 1 out, 1 on. The 1-0 pitch, Allegra takes a strike. The Cubs and the Cardinals are in the bottom of the 9th inning at St. Louis with a 4-4 tie. Cardinals had a 2-run lead in the 9th inning, but the Cubs tied it up against Jason Isringhausen. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Up high to Allegra, ball 2. Florida Marlins have taken a 3-2 lead at Colorado in the 8th inning. Former driller Ryan Spilborg hit his second homer, as did Clint Barmas, who played a week with the Drillers last year on rehab. Jeremy Hermida for the Marlins. Samard 2-1, hangs in there for a strike, 2-2. Phillies 2, Dodgers nothing. Bottom 3, Chase Utley a homer, his 10th. Samard ready at 2-2. Slider down and away, ball 3. Little action in the Midland bullpen. And the right-hander getting ready in a non-safe situation. Connor Robertson. 3-2 pitch is sent out of play over the bullpen in right field. Midland 6 runs, 13 hits, no errors. Travs at 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error. Most of the 4,000 plus that paid to come tonight have since departed for other ventures on a Friday night. 3-2 to Allegra, low. Second walk of the inning from Samard. Now Kevin Melillo will step in, and Ken Patterson almost sprinting out to the pitcher's mound for a talk with Michel Samard. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast that one of the Travelers starting pitchers, James Holcomb, has been placed on the disabled list with a sprained lower back that he experienced 2 starts ago. Tried to get through a start at Midland last week, but only lasted 1 inning before the pain was too much. Nick Green comes up from Single-A Rancho Cucamonga to make the start tomorrow. On Sunday, Daniel Davidson will try to improve on his 1-5 record against Brad Knox, right-hander for the Hounds at 3-1. Samard ready to face Melillo, but his first pitch is low, ball 1. Melillo, a single in the second, a strikeout of the 4th. Bases loaded, walk forced in a run of the 6th inning, and a fly ball to center left him loaded in the 7th. 1-0, driven deep right field over the head of David Gates, and that ball is over the fence. That ball got out of here quicker than you could say Melillo. 3-run homer to make it 9-1 Midland. Third home run of the game for the Midland RockHounds, and they've blown it open. So a 4 RBI game for Melillo. Jed Morris drove in 4 runs with 1 swing of the bat back in the 6th inning. Homer number 4 for Kevin. And another blowout game going the wrong way against the Travs. Pitch to Ronnie Merrill high and outside, ball 1. Travs have allowed 10 or more runs in each of the last 3 games. And here's a drive to right, but right to Gates coming in makes his 2-string catch. That's the second out of the inning. Both outs have been just smoked by the RockHound batters. Here comes Jed Morris. Rich Thompson gets up. He begins to warm in the bullpen. Morris is 1 for 5 with that one, a grand slam. And he sends a fly ball foul over the visiting bullpen on the first pitch from Samard. Count 0-1. Ty Boykin does not want to use Rich Thompson. Otherwise, Samard probably be out of the game here in the 9th inning. He's delivering an 0-1. Morris backs away inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Morris left-hander. Samard over the head with a windup. The pitch is ripped foul down the right field line. Strike two. Hits for Midland, 3 of them home runs. Samard's 1-2 pitch to Morris. A little bit high on a breaking ball. 2-2. Here's another pitch. And it almost hit Morris. High and inside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. If Morris reaches base, I think Boykin's going to be forced to go to Thompson. Samard's walked 2. He's up to 3-run homer. Both outs have been line drives to right. 3-2 pitch. Popped it up. Shallow left. Brandon Wood out from shortstop. He'll make the call and the catch. Side retired in the 9th inning, but not before Kevin Melillo blasts his 3-run homer. 3 runs for the RockHounds on just the 1 hit. 9-1 Midland going into the bottom of the 9th inning on KDXC 1380 and News Talk 550 KCRS.
It takes teamwork to be able to reach new goals in today's complex business environment. Each one of us should strive to be a step ahead and know how to compete in a rapidly changing world. The ITT Tech School of Business is about helping people prepare for the challenges of a competitive world. ITT Technical Institute School of Business, education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-ITT-TECH or visit us on the web.
Coca-Cola, this is Mitchell. My friend's brother is a molecular biologist, and he was saying the only way you could have gotten Coke Zero to taste like the regular Coke was to engineer it in space. I would not. Well, no, but think about the whole zero factor, like zero gravity. It makes perfect sense. Zero is for the 0 calories. Just stop pretending that you don't engineer Coke Zero in space. Can you do that? I wish I could speculate on that, sir. The next launch. I just want the time for the next launch. Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste. 0 calories.
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less selling Miller Lite. Miller, good call. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Travelers and RockHounds baseball moving into the bottom of the 9th inning here at Ray Winter Field. Connor Robertson has come on to try to get some work in a non-pressure situation. 9-1, Midland beating the Travelers. They're also out hitting Arkansas by 10, 14-4. Eric Rodland begins the 9th against Robertson, who is another tall, hard-throwing right-hander in this big Midland bullpen. Robertson 6'2", 215. And coming in for his 21st appearance with the Hounds, a 2-1 record, 3.69 ERA. Rodland will take a first pitch strike over the outside corner. Rodland 1 for 3, 2 strikeouts, and a single. It was picked off after the single in the 6th inning. Here's the 0-1. Swing on a line drive to center, charging Allegra, and he slides. Did he catch that one? He did not catch it. Fell behind him, but he's able to recover it and keep Rodland at first with a leadoff single. Here comes Brandon Wood. Last time Wood came to the plate, I think it was worth the price of admission for most of the folks to see a ball that may have gone 450 feet. Pitch on the way to Wood, low, ball 1. Wood 2 for 3 today, and he's extended a hit streak to 8 in a row. 14 hits during that streak. The 1-0 to Wood, a called strike makes it 1-1. No one holding. Rodland at first with an 8-run lead. 1-1 to Wood. Slider outside, 2-1. Non-save situation for Robertson is 2-1 to Wood. Fouled over the first base roof. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That hit the light pole and it bounces back. Last week, one of those lights was shattered, a la The Natural, by a foul ball. Looks like it hit one of the lights that's already busted. Wood, line drive left field, Buck in, few steps to reach down and make the catch. Rodland's off of first base. The throw to first is going to double him off. Second base running mistake for Eric Rodland, but, I mean, this really doesn't cost the Trash the game. Wood hit it well. And Buck, I mean, he made a shoestring catch after charging in, and it seemed that Rodland didn't quite see that the catch was made. Seven to 3 on the double play at first base with Rodland doubled off. Here's Matt Brown, 2 outs, no one on. Midland by 8 in the 9th inning. Pitch to Brown, low, ball 1. We'll have an Allstate Insurance postgame report coming up after the final out. We'll get you all the scores from the Texas League and the majors. 1-0 to Brown. Swing and a miss, 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's a windup. Robertson deals. Brown smacks it up the middle and passes shortstop for a 2-out single. Brown with his first hit of the ball game. Arkansas's 6th. Now Matt Pauley coming up. Matt Pauley is 0 for 3. Pauley left-hander. He's fouled out, grounded out, slide out. Robertson misses way outside with the first pitch fastball, 1-0. So it looks like the Hounds will be just a half game in back of Corpus Christi for first place. 1-0 pitch. High and outside, ball 2. We may have a little flip-flopping over the next couple of days in the standings. Frisco will also pick up a game on the hook, so we'll have 3 teams in the South separated by 2 games. Pitch to Pauley high, ball 3. Robertson's 3-0, and it's right down the pike. Strike 1. Stretch of the pitch, fouled back, right over my head. And a 3-2 count. One man on, 2 men out of the last of the 9th inning. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Matt Pauley with David Gates in the on-deck area. Robertson's pitch, chopper foul. Kids lining up along the first base stance to run the bases. I'll get a good 5-10 minutes to circle around. 3-2 pitch. Fouled straight back. Pauley in a battle here to try to keep this game going. The stretch on the 3-2. Line drive, base hit to right by Pauley. With Brown running on the pitch, he'll advance to third. And it's first and third for David Gates. David Gates with, well, I guess that sounds like a David Gates chorus coming from underneath the press box. Gates will step into the plate. Let's see if he can't answer these fans. Pitch on the way. It's low, ball one. I mean, Gates is a pretty popular player for the Travelers, but he's the only player I know that has his own song sung by fans. 1-0 pitch. Swinging a foul ball, rolling into the Arkansas dugout. They might have caught the bat boy, and he's got a cast in his right arm. It isn't so much a song as it is a chant. It's a David Gates chant. 1-1. Swinging a foul tip, strike two. Gator holding that bat high. The pitch from Robertson. Swing and a miss. And Gates strikes out for the third time to end this baseball game. The Midland RockHounds send the Travs to their 7th consecutive loss. And the final score tonight, the Midland RockHounds 9 and the Arkansas Travelers 1. The winning pitcher will be Brad Ziegler. Loss goes to Jesse Smith. Midland now to 31-24. They're just a half game in back of Corpus Christi for first place in the South, while Arkansas falls to 20 games under 500. 17-37. The Travs have also lost 13 of their last 14 home games. 9-1, Midland wins. We'll come back with the totals and the post-game report next on 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE.
Back on April 13th, 1932, the Arkansas Travelers opened their brand-new ballpark to thousands of breathless spectators. In Ray Winter Field's 74 years as home of the Travs, it's been a breeding ground for big league talent. We've seen young men develop from fledgling minor leaguer to World Series hero and experience the highs of 9 league championships. Almost 9 million fans have spun through its turnstile. It's where we introduced our kids to the great game of baseball. We've brought dates to the bleachers and sat through rain delays with friends. We've grown up and grown older at Ray Winter Field. This is our ballpark. The Travs' new home, Dickey Stevens Park, will be ready by April 2007, and the team's future is bright. But Ray Winter Field has been a part of the fabric of life in Arkansas for 3/4 of a century. During the Travs' 2006 season, it's our chance to say goodbye to an old friend. Call 664-1555 or go to Travs.com.
Liberal Progressive Radio. It sounded like a dream come true. Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDX North Little Rock.
What if there were no bad drivers? What if everyone always followed the speed limit? What if 10-car pileups didn't exist? In a world like that, we'd all be better off. It's why Allstate is introducing 2 incentives to drive safe. For every 6 months you don't have an accident, you'll get cash off your renewal bill with a safe driving bonus. And for every year of safe driving, you'll get $100 off your deductible with deductible reward. Another year, another $100 off, up to $500. But it's not just about saving money. Safe driving also saves lives. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate stands. Are you in good hands?
Get Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance today. Call a local Allstate agent or 1-800-ALLSTATE. You can get $100 off your deductible the day you sign up. Features are optional and subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Deductible rewards apply to collision coverage. Patent pending. Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company and Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I take a sip, I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, stay with me. What's your name?
Robert.
Okay, Robert, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight down to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite. Open one, Take a sip, and everything should be right back to normal. Okay. Don't worry, Robert. It's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. Miller. Good call. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
It's time now for the Allstate Insurance post-game show. Once again, here's the voice of the Arkansas Travelers, Phil Elson.
Welcome back to Ray Winder Field. Phil Elson with you as we get to the Allstate Insurance post-game report. The Arkansas Travelers suffered their 7th consecutive loss. Midland with a 9-1 victory in the first game of this 3-game series. Going through the final totals, these are unofficial. Midland scores 9 runs on 14 hits, no errors. And the Hounds stranded 10, with the Travelers scoring just 1 run on 7 hits, 1 error. And Arkansas leaving 5 men on base. Brad Ziegler gets the win, 2-0 against Arkansas, 5-2 overall. Jesse Smith suffers his 5th consecutive loss, and Smith falls to 3-6. He had 4 homers in this game. Brandon Wood hit his 11th, the only run for the Travs, coming on Wood's long home run. 3 home runs for the RockHounds. Jed Morris, a grand slam. Matt Allegra, a solo shot. Kevin Melillo, a 3-run homer. It was number 6 for Morris, 5 for Allegra, and 4 for Melillo. Time of game was 2 hours and 42 minutes. And those who paid to see it, along with paying to see midget wrestling, was 4,168. Recapping the ball game, Midland got ahead in the second inning after Jesse Smith recorded 2 quick strikeouts. Allegra went deep to center field. Second time he's taken Smith deep this year. 5th of the season made it 1-0 Midland. Meanwhile, Brad Ziegler was cruising as he had set down 10 consecutive batters going into the 6th inning. Arkansas had only 2 men reach over the first 6 innings, and by the time the Travs came to the plate in the 7th, they were down 6-0. Smith was able to pitch around a few hits here and there, leaving 5 men on base over the first 5 innings, but then after recording an out to start the 6th, he allows a base hit to Brant Colamarino that hit first base. Ryan Stavisky then singled to center, and Matt Allegra low to the bases with a single to left. Smith then walked Kevin Melillo with a 3-2 count, forcing in Colamarino for a 2-0 lead. But after getting Ronnie Merrill to pop out to second base, Jed Morris hits a grand slam on a 1-1 pitch over the right field wall, number 6 for Morris. He'd come into this game with just 6 RBIs, and on 1 swing of the bat, he goes up to 10. That made it a 6-0 score. Smith would lead the game in the middle of the 7th inning. He had allowed an infield hit to Vasily Spanos and a walk to Brant Colamarino. Michel Samard came in and got out of the jam. Trav's only run came in the 7th inning as Brandon Wood hit maybe the longest home run in the history of the Angels-Travs affiliation, which is going on its 6th year. Ziegler had allowed just those 3 hits over the first 6 innings, and Wood was the batter left to the plate when Eric Rodlin was picked off, ending the 6th. So Wood led off the 7th with a towering ball that was at least 50 feet over the scoreboard in left field. The scoreboard, by the way, is taller than a screen monster, and I'd estimate that scoreboard is about 65 feet tall. Wood must have hit that ball over 100 feet in the air because it went 50 feet over the scoreboard at least, over Rick's Armory. That ball must have gone 460, maybe 475. A prodigious blast by Brandon Wood, but that was the bright spot for the Arkansas Travelers in an otherwise dismal game. Samard would give up a 3-run homer in the 9th to Kevin Melillo after walking a couple of men, and that was capped the scoring at Midland 9 and Arkansas 1. The Travs dropped to 17-37. They have lost 7 straight and also have lost 21 of the last 25. Midland to 31-24. Midland now has won 5 of their last 6 games, and they pulled to within 1/2 of a game behind first place Corpus Christi in what has proven to be an outstanding pennant race where 3 teams in the South are separated by just 2 games. We'll figure out the standings also coming up next as we go through the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard after these words on 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE.
Coca-Cola, this is Mitchell. My friend's brother is a molecular biologist, and he was saying the only way you could have gotten Coke Zero to taste like the regular Coke was to engineer it in space. I would not. Well, no, but think about the whole zero factor, like zero gravity. It makes perfect sense. Zero is for the 0 calories. Stop pretending that you don't engineer Coke Zero in space. Can you do that? I wish I could speculate on that, sir. The next launch. I just want the time for the next launch.
Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste, 0 calories.
Your world is suddenly changing for the better, all because two great companies that you know and trust, have now joined forces to deliver the world that matters most. Yours. AT&T, with its passion to invent, and FCC, with its drive to deliver, have come together to create the most complete and secure network with products and services to keep you connected to work, home, to life. Introducing the new AT&T, your world, delivered.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
And now back to Phil Anson for the postgame show.
Checking the Texas League scores here on the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard. All the other games are final scores, and we've got a new first-place team in the Texas League North. Springfield loses at Frisco 5-1. It's the third straight loss for the Cardinals. John Dank wins in his return to go to 4-4. Mike Parisi takes the loss, falls to 3-2. 2 homers for the Rough Riders. Kevin Richardson, number 6. Anthony Webster, number 5. And Springfield falls behind Tulsa by a full game as the Drillers wallop Corpus Christi tonight 11-4. Drillers overcame 4 errors, hitting 2 home runs. Joe Kashansky all alone in second place in the league with his 13th home run. Troy Tulowitzki hit number 7. Mark Kaiser evened his record at 4-4, while Josh Miller lost in a chance for his 7th win. Miller falls to 6-5. So the Drillers in first place by a game over the Cardinals. Frisco also picked up ground on Corpus Christi with a win over Springfield, and so the Hooks are still in first place, but just by a half game over Midland and by 2 games ahead of the Frisco Rough Riders. Wichita, a beating over San Antonio, 7-1. Zach Greinke picked up the victory in his professional debut for the year. Jason McIntosh took the loss, falls to 3-1. Kyle Middleton saving his first. And so that win for the Wranglers is their 24th on the year, falling San Antonio to 20-32. Checking the Major League scores in just a moment. Checking those Major League scores. We've got a couple of rainouts today out east. New York Mets and the San Francisco Giants will have to wait till tomorrow. They'll play a doubleheader. And the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Atlanta Braves have a day-night doubleheader tomorrow at Turner Field. Cincinnati beats up on Houston 14-3. Former Midland right-hander Aaron Harang picked up his 6th win against 4 losses. Wandy Rodriguez, the losing pitcher, falling to 6-3. Brandon Phillips and David Ross homered for the Reds. Paul Wilson and Lance Berkman for the Houston Astros. Over in the American League, Toronto scored 9 runs in the 3rd inning, beating Tampa 13-4. Shea Hillenbrand and Russ Johnson hitting home runs. Johnson hit 2 homers. Branyan hitting his 6th for the Devil Rays. Boston beat Detroit 3-2 on the strength of a 2-run homer by Kevin Euclid in the 9th inning, his 6th of the year. Rudy Cian has got the win. Todd Jones allowed the homer. Jonathan Papelbon saving his 20th. Angels beat the Indians today 10-3. Jared Weaver winning his 2nd Major League start, and he's 2-0. Allowed just 2 runs in 6 in the 3rd inning, struck out 8. Garrett Anderson, Vlad Guerrero, and Dallas McPherson all going deep. Mack hit his 4th of the year. Guerrero with number 14. Jason Giambi homered for the 3rd straight game as the Yankees beat Baltimore 6-5. Kyle Farnsworth, the winner, is 2-3, while Ray takes the loss, falling to 1-1. Andy Phillips also homering for the Yankees, his 2nd. Currently in progress, it is in the 9th inning at Chicago, and the Texas Rangers have taken the lead 4-3 with a run at the top of the 9th. Top 9 in Oakland, and the A's lead Minnesota 1-0 in a game that featured only 4 hits, 2 for each team. One of them a home run by Frank Thomas of the A's, his 3rd straight game with a home run, 13th of the year. Seattle 4, Kansas City 0 in the bottom of the 8th inning at Seattle. Former Traveler Joel Peralta on the hill for the Royals. It's gone into the 10th inning, actually going into the 11th at St. Louis, as the Cubs and the Cardinals are tied at 4 apiece. Bottom 9 at Milwaukee, Washington 10, Milwaukee 4. Florida leading Colorado 3-2 in the top of the 8th inning. And Philadelphia over the Dodgers 2-0 in the 5th. They're still in a delay at Pittsburgh after 6 innings. Actually, it has now been called. A final score. San Diego beat the Pirates 7-0. Chan-Ho Park will be given credit for a 5-hit complete game shutout. Those are the scores from across the majors and the Texas League. Brought to you on the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard by the official airline of the Arkansas Travelers, Southwest Airlines, and available online at southwest.com. We're going to wrap this thing up as Midland beats the Travs 9-1, and we'll finish this broadcast after this on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
You signaled your turn. You merged without cutting anyone off. You stopped because the light was red. Through rain and sleet, through dark of night, 365 1/4 days a year, you drive safely. Now Allstate rewards you for being the hero you are. Introducing the Safe Driving Bonus. For every 6 months you don't have an accident, Allstate will give you an extra bonus. Actual cash off your renewal bill. That's on top of any discount you've already received. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate stands. Are you in good hands?
Get Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance today. Call a local Allstate agent or 1-800-ALLSTATE. You can start earning your safe driving bonus the day you sign up. Features optional and subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Patent pending. Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Of all the days of the week, it seems that Mondays are everybody's least favorite day. Well, the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette have a reason for baseball fans to look forward to Mondays. That's because Mondays are Democrat-Gazette family night here at the ballpark. You just pick up a copy of Monday's Democrat-Gazette, and you'll find a discount family ticket right there in the sports section. That's right. It's a coupon that admits the whole family for just $2 a person. Hey, Mondays don't sound so bad.
To Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Here are the official final totals for tonight's game, starting with the victorious Midland RockHounds. 9 runs, 14 hits, no errors, 10 men left. For the losing Arkansas Travelers, 7th straight loss, 1 run, 7 hits, 1 error, and 5 men left on base. Winning pitcher Brad Ziegler, 5-2 record, goes 7 innings, strikes out 7, beats the Travelers for a 2nd straight time. Jesse Smith takes the loss, 5th consecutive loss for Smith. 6 in the 3rd innings, gave up 6 hits, 4 of them on a grand slam hit by Jed Morris. Smith falls to 3-6. Time of game, 2 hours, 44 minutes, and the paid attendance tonight, 4,168. It's going to be a tough call for the BC Powder player of the game. You got two RockHounds who had four RBIs, and then Ziegler with an outstanding starting performance. Ziegler, he really seemed to be the reason that the RockHounds won this ball game, as he goes to 7 innings and really stymied the Arkansas attack. Travs haven't had too much problem scoring runs recently, but against Ziegler, they've had a lot of trouble scoring runs. In 14 innings, Ziegler has held the Travs to just 2 runs. And so Brad Ziegler will be tonight's BC Powder player of the game. BC Powder, the official pain reliever of the Arkansas Travelers. And tonight it's the official pain reliever for the Midland RockHounds as well. If you're looking for to help out your back pain, your muscle pain, nothing works faster than BC. Use as directed. And we're going to get to game 2 of this series tomorrow, as we'll see the AA debut of the Angels prospect Nick Green. Green coming over from Single A Rancho Cucamonga in place of James Holcomb, who's on the disabled list now with a strained lower back. Green, while with Rancho Cucamonga, posted a record. Let's see here. Where is he? That's funny. He's not on their stat sheet anymore. Well, he was 5-3 with an ERA of 4.11, if memory serves me correct. And so we will see Green make that AA debut tomorrow for the Arkansas Travelers. Starting pitcher for the RockHounds tomorrow night is also going to be a right-hander. It is David Bradley. It'll be our first look at Bradley. His record's 3-4 with a 3.67 ERA. First pitch, 7:10. We'll have the ITT Tech pregame show at 6:50 here on 550 KCRS and 1380 KDXE. I'd like to thank back in the studios Brad Hicks in Sherwood at KDXE. Not sure who the board operator was in Midland, but I'm sure he did a great job, and thanks for sticking around for that. For the folks listening in the Permian Basin on 550 KCRS, and the fans listening here in Little Rock on AM 1380 KDXE, and also to the folks at minorleaguebaseball.com for getting our game on the internet. Thank you, fans, for tuning in. I'm Phil Elson. Once again, our final score from Raywinder Field was the Midland RockHounds 9 and the Arkansas Travelers 1. Folks, don't forget, it is only a game. We'll talk baseball again tomorrow night.